Tere päevast, kallid.
Good morning, dear colleagues and dear guests. Welcome in this hall and welcome to our listeners over internet. We have a long day today. I'm going to be the moderator. So that means I'm going to introduce the topics, cover the questions, solve the issues and so forth. It's a long day and we have many great speakers. I tried to figure out how many countries our speakers have worked, considering their international competence, but we lost the count over 20. When it comes to the police field and security, the security sciences, this is a topic which is very vital considering the tensions internationally. And first I would like to give the floor to Ingrid Vetka, who is the acting rector of the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences.
Austatud külalised.
Dear guests and dear school attendants. Last time we had a financial conference here and I started my speech with the thought dilemma, which has not yet been solved as of today. Because recently there have been events in the world where we do not really have logical explanations or answers. So an example would be the war in Ukraine, that Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia in football, or my working issue in my own field, how to develop the educational model of internal security which would meet expectations and needs also in 10 or 15 or 30 years from now. So we don't know the answers yet. But knowledge is power. It's establishing our targets and it's the basis of achieving our goals, because without knowledge people are unproductive and we are not able to fulfill our tasks fully. So this applies to any kind of job. When it comes to internal security and safety, these are no exceptions. Estonian Academy of Security Sciences is working in the field of security education for 30 years. We have had over 20,000 officials and managers who have been educated by this school. But what kind of knowledge is power? What is the meaning of learning and teaching? What is the future? So the education provided at schools today, how is it going to impact our security in the future? So who is this us whose security are working for? Is it us in Estonia? What kind of people in Estonia? What are the competences we need to develop and what are the threats we have to consider? These are the questions which have encouraged us to work together today. It's been said that knowledge is the only resource in the world which does not diminish as you share it. And this is a resource we've been working on in the academy. We have been not saving it at all, but we're sharing it. In addition to regular education, it's important for us to provide information in this field, creating new information and sharing this new information. A good example is today's conference. Future vision of the Academy of Security Sciences is to be the center of competence and research for internal security, that we are making sure that we are carrying out research for Estonia, for the Baltic states and the Nordic states when it comes to internal security. We monitor the trends and we are offering innovative and appropriate and efficient policy recommendation, strategic solutions, and long-term view. Our scientific capabilities are growing, as witnessed by the number of published articles and many international seminars. We are publishing 2 scientific magazines, and we are happy to share one of our first publications with you today. Of course, knowledge is cross-border. If we talk about the security sciences, we want to be the research and learning center for internal security, which is best in Europe. So we want to make efforts in the field where we believe that we can offer strong added value to our partners. And through international experience, we can help with our efforts to become better ourselves. Academy is cooperating with many other educational facilities. We participate in joint events with the EU offices and networks. I'm very happy to welcome many of our international cooperation partners. In addition to international projects, our academy is also assisting in development cooperation, because this is our obligation and possibility to exchange knowledge and experience. This is our contribution to achieve stability, security of our region. But it's a place for learning for us, and it's our measuring stick. Are we the best in Europe, only in words or also in deeds? Knowledge becomes power and value only if we put them into use. So I wish you all the best for today's conference, an open mind. So that means that in cooperation we can create smart security. Verbis autre.
Suur tänu.
Thank you very much. Before we move on with the presentations, I would like to make a personal declaration. Today, 81 years ago, my grandfather died in the Sosva camp. He was shot or died of hunger, we don't know exactly. He had been a police officer all his life. He was taken to Sosva camp, where the police officers and War of Independence veterans were taken, 30% returned. In April, his brother was shot, a lifelong police officer. In 47 in Norilag, his brother was shot, also lifelong police officer. Alex was his name. By then, Yuri, the older brother, had disappeared in Siberia. He was a police officer during the Tsarist era. Fifth brother, Tõnis, escaped to Sweden with his family. 4 brothers out of 5, all police officers, were all killed in Siberia. These things are not forgotten. This, what you do in this facilities here, is more than just learning. It's central to our security. Every couple of decades, the eastern neighbor goes crazy and has gone crazy once again. And nobody can feel at ease. We don't forget such things, and of course it influences people's lives for several generations. But now on to the presentations. But first, some practical tips as well. How is it possible to submit questions today? So, workshop environment, and now some practical guidance. go to www.workshop.com and under Sisekaitse 2022, and you can join the event with the password Sisekaitse 2022. And here you go. You are all e-educated, so you shouldn't have any questions. So you see there's a Q&A section next to every speaker. And if it's something urgent, then I can give you the floor here in the hall as well. As simple as that. And now, let's begin with the first presentation. Alexandru Caciuloiu, Romania. When we look at his experience, then we must admit that CEPOL, so he's the Deputy Head of Training and Research Unit at CEPOL and Head of Sector of E-Learning, and also Interpol Innovation Center was one of his places of employment. But now I'd like to pass the floor to Alexandru Caciuloiu.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me here. It's a really big honor to be here and a pleasure to discuss about how we at CEPOL are trying to address Europe's security threats and hopefully the security blind spots by law enforcement training. So thank you for the invitation, and hope you'll find my presentation informative. So when we talk about security threats, and more specifically security blind spots, I like to bring out, for example, this graph from 2019 that the World Economic Forum has put together. Here you would see that the major security threats back in 2019 were all about the environment. So we can see here the likelihood and the impact of these perceived threats. And if you can see, only third or fourth were cyber attacks and data breaches. And then somewhere in the back of people's minds, so not even on average, impact or likelihood was the possibility of a world pandemic and, of course, interstate war. So we can see that perceived security threats are a lot different than the actual possibility of them happening. So a lot has changed since 2019. And now, of course, while cyber attacks and data breaches are still quite high up on security threat perception, now we have gone through a world pandemic, which seemed like an impossible event back then. So talking about blind spots, right? We can't see the blind spots, but it's good to have a way to really prepare for them. So I think on the EU level, we are working towards a mechanism to really assess security threats and have a structured way to deal with them, to address them. For example, we can see the big difference that one such global event has brought in security. For example, security in air travel before and after 9/11, it's completely different. I don't know if any of you remember what it was like to travel by plane before 9/11. I don't, as I didn't have that much travel going on before that. But I'm sure it's a completely different environment, and a lot of the risks that have materialized after that were really impossible to foresee before. So on a EU level, we have the EU policy cycle for organized and serious international crime, or we call it for short, the EU policy cycle. So we've developed this process so that we are able to identify the threats, the security threats that Europe is dealing with or will be dealing with, will have to deal with in the next 4 or 5 years. And then to really come up with a structured way to address this. So this is the European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Cyber Threats, or for short, MPACT. It starts with the analysis part. So Europol is conducting every 4 years the European Union Serious Organized Crime Threat Assessment, or SOCTA. So this report aims to really map the threats that Europe is dealing with in terms of security. Then we work together as member states, and I want to really emphasize that this is a member state-driven process. This is not something that is driven by the European Union or by functionaries back in Brussels. This is a process driven by member states, and experts in crime areas get together and set the operational action plans at MPACT. So based on these, they identify a number of key priorities, and then they start working to address them with law enforcement, with investigators, with customs, with border police, with organized crime investigators, and so on. So after that, of course, comes the operational action plans and then the implementation of that, and there is an evaluation mechanism every year. So what are the threats that Europe is facing? And I'd like you to keep in mind the fact that this report was published back in 2021. So it was after the pandemic, I mean, during the pandemic time, but it was, of course, before another major event that nobody thought likely possible happened, right? Nobody thought we will have war in Europe again after so many years. So again, there are blind spots when we're compiling all this research, so that's why we have to, along the way, adjust. So generally, organized crime in Europe is growing. We are looking at how the networks are organized, how these groups are operating. So roughly 80% of them are involved in dealing with drugs and every other crime activity that brings money. So trafficking in persons, migrant smuggling, firearms trafficking, and so on. We can see that roughly 40% of them have a well-established organized structure, while others, the rest, are kind of loosely based on affiliation, on knowing series of service providers, those that can provide services for money laundering, those that can provide enforcement services, violence, routes of trafficking, and so on. We see one key important factor here. About a quarter of these organized crime groups have been active for more than 10 years. So this is a very important thing to notice. One other thing, roughly 70% operate in 3 countries or more. So they've been active for more than 10 years and they operate in 3 countries or more. They are composed of multiple nationalities. Majority of them engage in corruption and in violence, and violence is on the increase. So these are the threats that we're dealing with in Europe at the moment. And of course, on top of that, now we have a war in Ukraine that also has affected a lot the security situation. So how are we addressing these threats? What are we doing on a European level to really tackle these organized crime groups that have been active there for so long? So these are the MPACT priorities. So we have 10 of them. And of course, they are designed to really address each of these aspects. So dealing with the drug trafficking, the human trafficking, the cyber attacks, the arms smuggling, and the general organized crime, high-risk organized crime networks. So on each of these topics, we have drivers in the EU from law enforcement agencies, from your countries, that are leading these operational action plans. So we have law enforcement that is trying to address the threat, but who is building the skills for them to address these threats? What kind of skills do they need in order to tackle all of these crimes? Do they need to be better at cybercrime investigations? Do they need to be better at digital forensics? Do they need to be better at identifying, tracing weapons, and so on? So this is where my agency comes into play. CEPOL, or the European Union Law Enforcement Training Agency. We are plugged into this process, the MPAC process, by coming up with a European level strategic training needs analysis. So we are also in line with the MPAC cycle. Every 4 years, we are conducting this EU level training needs assessment, and we are trying to identify what are those skills that are needed for European law enforcement in order to tackle those threats that we have identified. On top of the strategic level, we also have operational level training needs analysis. So we are conducting the EU STNA every 4 years. We have a mid-review period. Now in 2023, we are reviewing this process and seeing how these skills are remaining the same or have changed, have adapted. But we're also conducting operational training needs analysis. These are on operationally identified priorities, such as the MPAC priorities, the cyber attacks, the human trafficking, the firearms. We've just finalized an operational training needs analysis on how the war in Ukraine has affected law enforcement skills. And obviously, we've seen a lot of developments in this field. As you can imagine, there's been a surge of trafficking flowing from the conflict zone throughout all of Europe. Primarily, the countries that are bordering Ukraine and around the conflict have been hit the hardest. So we can see from our analysis that the training needs have changed a lot more in these countries. But also throughout Europe, we see a lot of impact. We have high influx of refugees, but also along with that comes trafficking of drugs, trafficking in human beings, child abuse. A lot of criminal organized crime groups from that country, originating from Ukraine, but also from within the EU, are making the most of this crisis. So they are trying to take advantage of the people, but also of the flow of people. When you have large groups of people moving across borders, you can smuggle a lot of things with that. And very worrying, we've seen that, of course, along drugs and human trafficking, there is also a significant increase in firearms trafficking. And as we've seen from previous times of conflict in Europe, these unfortunately result with a lot of firearms being trafficked across to Europe. So this is one other thing that we have to think about. What would European law enforcement response to crime look like in 4-5 years from now? How would you go and respond to a crime scene when you know that those guys are armed and have potentially military-grade weapons? So I don't want to maybe direct our attention towards our friends from across the ocean, but you know that in the US, law enforcement is a lot different because there are such a significant amount of weapons present in the country. So these are the results of the EU STNA, and as you can see, we have some capability gaps identified, but also some thematic areas. And then, of course, on the capability gaps, we have a lot of the digital skills that are really badly needed throughout law enforcement. And I know here in Estonia, we're in one of the most digitized country in Europe, highly connected, and so maybe this will not be such a big necessity here for real law enforcement in the country, but in other countries in Europe, there is a strong need for that. And of course, we see that we need a variety of skills to really address the crime threats. So no one country can do it because crime is transnational, and there is no one agency that has the response because organized crime are involved in so many different types of crimes. They are laundering the money, they are using violence, so we need a multitude of agencies to address it. So, based on our training needs analysis and of course our continuing communication and activity with Impact, we are designing our training portfolio. And of course, we have a variety of training resources. Some are on site, some are online. From all the impact priorities, so there are 10 priorities, but there are actually 15 operational action plans. On financial crime, there are multiple. So we have training courses that are trying to address all these needs, terrorism, but also interoperability. So what are the tools that we have available as law enforcement on an EU level? So in each country, of course, we have specific legal tools, but across Europe, we have a multitude of systems, databases that we can all have access together. We have Europol, we have Frontex, agencies that work on an EU level that can provide support that is not available only in our national jurisdiction. And then, of course, we have, to support our work and our training courses, a learning management system, or the law enforcement education platform, LEAD. A lot of the activities we carry out, actually all the activities we carry out at the moment, are supported by our LMS, by LEAD. If we were to run a conference such as this one, and we usually hold a large research and science conference every year, we had one this year in June, participation would be handled through LEAD. You would register through LEAD, and then you will get access to it. If it's an on-site course, we are using LEAD to post all the materials related to the course there, so you can find details about the course, the training materials, maybe exercises are conducted through that. We are also using it to test the trainees, but also to evaluate the course from our participants. And at this moment, it's really an exciting time for CIPOL, because we've been working to develop a new strategy on how to work to support law enforcement around Europe. So throughout this summer, our staff has been really busy working on designing a new CIPOL strategy. So among the highlights, we aim to be the EU hub for law enforcement to really support law enforcement agencies and law enforcement training academies and colleges, but also to provide a few key areas of expertise. We want to build, for example, a competency framework for law enforcement investigators that would be, let's say, based on this competency framework. Once we're delivering these type of skills to everybody around Europe, then we know that if we have to deal with a transnational organized crime case, all these officers that come from each country have the same skills to the same level. So we don't have to vet them, we don't have to go through some complex process to see if they're able to handle it. We would be able to know that they can do that. We're also looking to build a multidisciplinary training course. As we've seen, organized crime works on multiple areas, and so law enforcement officers have to do the same. In order to be able to address transnational organized crime in Europe and beyond, they need to have several types of skills. It's not only investigating drugs or investigating, cybercrime. They need to have a multitude of skills. We're looking at building a program, a multidisciplinary program, several months long, that would be a flagship course for CIPOL. And of course, many other things. So this new strategy was adopted by CIPOL Management Board last week in Prague under the Czech presidency. So obviously, we're really excited about that. But CIPOL doesn't work only to support law enforcement training in Europe. We have a significant external component as well. We have an international cooperation unit that works on a project-based funding. So they work on multi-annual projects. And these are the 4 current projects that we're running right now. For the Middle East and North Africa, we have 2 projects, Euromed Police and City Inflow, looking at building capacity to address organized crime and terrorism. For the Western Balkans as well, and for countries in the Eastern Partnership. And of course, Ukraine was one of these countries, and Belarus. Now we had to suspend, of course, the work with Belarus. we're trying hard to continue to support our Ukrainian colleagues. So we still have some activities for them, of course, as the conflict and the situation in the country allows us to do so. So with that, I'd like to just close with a quote from the President von der Leyen about the training and education, and as 2023 will be the year of European skills, so it's really a good time to be working in this field of training, and hope we can really do our part to support and address security threats in Europe. So with that, I think I'm more or less on time. Thank you very much, and happy to hear any questions if you have.
Suur tänu, aga Aleksandro, palun.
Thank you very much, Alexandro. Please take a seat over there. We will be listening to three presentations. We will listen to three presentations and take questions at the end. Take a seat, please. And we have two working languages today, English and Estonia. I looked at the audience, and it's interesting that so few headsets are used, but you always have the option. And the next speaker is Lovely Perling. And when it comes to Lovely, then she has experience as the Prosecutor General and in many other offices, but currently she is active in an area where there's huge meaning. She consults the Ukrainians in structuring the law enforcement system, and having visited, then I know how important it is to deliver knowledge and courage to them right now, but she can tell you more. And Lovely is also the head of the political party in the right wing.
Teenin Eesti rahvast.
I serve Estonian people. You are familiar with that sentence. As I stand here before you, I do not really have the right to say so, but every time when I'm in this hall and I'm looking at the police officers who receive an award and say this on the stage, I get this feeling inside me that this is powerful and beautiful and safe. When Erkki Koort called me and said that, Lovely, will you come and talk about security and education? And I thought that he was joking. Why me? What do I know about it? And then I understood that this same sentence, I serve Estonian people for over 20 years. I have been in contact with these men and women who do this work. Some of them have graduated this school here and some of them haven't. The experience. So I take this experience and come here and tell you stories. What kind of security education is important for me as a citizen? And second, what Raul mentioned is Ukraine. It's a big word. We are improving the Ukrainian law enforcement and judicial system. How come when we thought that the biggest problem was the territorial integrity, because that was 39% and 38%, only 1% less thought that corruption is the biggest problem? You know how it works, because when education and rulers of the country with the values will meet in the middle in this very big country like Ukraine. So I sincerely believe that they will win the war, that we know, but one day when from the education system there we have the police officers, because I know that here we don't have only police officers but many other people who are responsible for internal security. But from the education system you have people who have the knowledge, the skill and the motivation. from top down. And we know that the leaders of the country share the same level, that you have no compromises when it comes to legality and integrity. This is when corruption disappears. And third, I'm a person who lives here near Tallinn and who can't really say much about the airstrikes, but I trust in our highest military personnel. But what I believe is that I live in a safe country, that my 10-year-old daughter can go alone outside during the night, and I would like to thank you for that. I have always believed that education is not just knowledge. Education has 3 pillars: knowledge, skills, and motivation. Why? Why do I do this work? We can talk at length to say that we know about this, that the knowledge you get from the school or anything you get from any educational system has to be contemporary and based on science. You know this better than I do. But knowledge, skill, and motivation are integrated. You cannot separate them. So it's like the heart, head, and legs which have to function together. If you don't have the knowledge, you can say that it's very hard to get to the skills and motivation, because how can you explain things? That law had been already in place for years, but some police officer says, so I would like to start proceedings, but there is no application. And then you read from the papers that a 12-year-old with concussion and brain damage with knife wounds in the face, who has been beaten, and there's a notification. The mother did not submit the application. Was it about the lack of knowledge back then? But the knowledge that you cannot even use this sentence anymore, that knowledge should have existed already. Sometimes knowledge can be harmful. You should take this as a sarcasm, because the knowledge is never harmful. But when you do know that criminals are planning something and they want to kidnap a small little girl from the sandbox, everything is ready. There is rope, a chair, an apartment where she'll be held. But then the knowledge says that the laws were changed and the laws were amended, that the preparation phase is such that you cannot really do anything about it. The attack has to take place before you can do anything about it. Because then we don't know if we have the skills, or skills for what exactly. Because the knowledge is there, but we don't know about the skills. And then you get the sentence, serving people of Estonia. We need to do that. We need to do everything we can that this little girl will never find out that there was a planned kidnap. But this criminal will be held responsible. And everybody else who even has the slightest thought will get a message. Sometimes knowledge and skills are very good if you have the experience. And you have a great idea. That we do know that my son-in-law is involved in drug trafficking, and the son-in-law left, and then the father-in-law came that he was the drugs belonged to him and somebody else admitted the guilt. Because you know the law, you know the proceedings. But motivation to be the police and serve the people of Estonia was what was lacking. So we held a conversation and he decided to leave. And this is my last story of the sad stories. This is where it seemed to me that my patience is running out. That's when there was a happy police officer decades ago said that yes, they would want to help a little girl who was outside Tallinn, who had been raped for years, because this is the family she lives in, but can't help her because there's no application. And probably he saw my reaction and understood that this is not what we're going to say again. And then he answered my question that how many times have you tried to talk to this girl? And that there is nothing to do. And that was the end. And this is where it seemed to me that this is not how we can do things. But no more sad stories, because fortunately, as I stand here before you today, I can confirm that these stories are all very old stories. Because this legal system which I left 3 years ago myself was a great deal more professional. It was honest and open. There were stories where in the morning the police officers asked that are we taking this cocaine guy down before his truck is delivering food to kindergartens, or we're going to wait until he's done his delivery so food will be delivered. Why do I tell you about this? Because I believe that the security education, which creates sense of security in the society, is such where the knowledge, skills and motivations are all linked. But all of this starts from the people. It starts from the skills, the physical capabilities and mental capabilities exist. And it starts with, regardless how complicated the situation is. Yes, indeed, you will remember this sentence that even if you do not work as police officers, that I serve Estonian people. But what is more important is that you have a strong mind in any situation. And if your mind is strong and the times are hard, you are willing and able to ask for assistance. Education is provided to people. And if you're looking towards the future, then I believe that all these beautiful, strong words today talking about multidisciplinarity, where we have intellect fields, we have a science-based approach. I believe that all these things will apply to your curriculum. But if I would be able to request or ask for anything, it would be that from this school we have the police officers, correction officers and leaders who carry with them always their own anchors and networks. What are they? To serve Estonian people is a great opportunity. Do not forget that the tone of voice you carry when serving this country is not sad and bored and hustled. It's all about rock and roll. Enjoy this life as in an adventure thriller. This is your possibility. But to make sure you look after yourself in the middle of it all. Look after yourself, and you should remember your anchors and networks. You know what they are. Only people who are strong in their mind and body can help others. My former colleagues said that they are bored with this song from an Estonian songwriter who says life starts when work is finished. But life is not only after work, because anchors are the ones which keep you steady. Your own hobbies, your own lives. Because regardless how powerful the ships are, if you never anchor yourself, you will start rusting. So keep these anchors steady. Go fishing, go to the theatre, sing in a choir, whatever else you can think of. And what are the networks and your nets? Because you know physics. If you fall from high, and now if you throw it into a net which has a big mesh, then this net can collapse and this fall might be really painful. But if you have more than one net together, it will be much stronger. Colleagues around you are necessary. Look after them. That's your net. Also help your friends and family. Because this is all your net which becomes stronger when the times are hard. Also, you should believe that this is an amazing world. You take your knowledge and you're going to do some work which is all about mission, which we heard about what Raul Rebane said, that over 80 years later is being remembered. And this is one of the reasons to tell these stories. Let us tell the stories. But when you leave this school, then the system of education is for people who are ready and willing to protect everybody else. So if you were to close your eyes and imagine this person, you can imagine a person who is so strong themselves that they can cope. And education has given them a possibility to be this strong. You can imagine this person that in one pocket of the uniform, you can see their anchors, and in the other pocket, there are nets. But you have to have knowledge, skills, and motivation, which you keep near your heart. And the tone you carry, which is with you all the time, and that should be all about rock and roll. Thank you.
Aitäh, Lavly. Aitäh, Lavly.
Thank you, Lavly. Recently, I saw a survey of opinion leaders, and the question was, can you state a few names who have stood out to you in Estonia, who speak on topics of education, higher education or other level of education? Who might these people be? And many names were named, but in all surveys we heard one name, and that was the name of Jaak Aaviksoo. For a reason, right? In the sense that Jaak has been the rector of a number of universities, has been a minister several times, and an academician. And today he'll be telling us about the blind spots in education. I'm looking forward to his presentation.
Tervist kõigile.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start my presentation with words of gratitude, actually. Gratitude extended to the people who, throughout the years after restoring independence, have worked to rebuild the Academy of Security Sciences. And when we look at the border guard and police and structure of other services, then they have all provided their own training as well. But I think the most important part of the long-term plan is developing the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences. As with education, it's not 1 year from sowing the seed to gathering crop, but it's an entire generation. It takes 20-25 years to build a proper institution of education before it becomes mature and really starts bearing fruit. And this definitely has happened to the Academy of Security Sciences. Based on the introductions we heard today and also previous events organized by the Academy, we see that if it's not the best in Europe yet, then the ambition and capacity to reach that position, to be the very best one day, is present. And the most important mission of an education institution, when it is mature, is to become an intellectual leader in its sector, to be the foundation in difficult times. When you don't know the answers, when you don't know how to move forward, then this institution is the one to consult. And the Academy has reached this position. Of course, it has come from cooperation with other institutions in Estonia, also foreign partners, many stakeholders, but the outcome is commendable. Unfortunately, all this is taking place in a world that is becoming more and more unstable. Just recently we found out that there are 8 billion people living on Earth, and we're running out of energy, food, nature, and other species of animals and birds don't have room next to us anymore. And even those who don't know about it on a rational level subconsciously have understood that there's more uncertainty, instability, and for many nations, regions, territories, it's existential risk. Not just local violence or interstate violence, but the world has become unstable, and the rate of violence has grown with this lack of stability. Humanity has developed ever more powerful weapons, which unfortunately are used irresponsibly from time to time. So there is no reason to think that the future will be stable. A couple of decades ago, Francis Fukuyama called it the end of history, so a stable situation where liberal democracy has rooted and the most complicated issues, who to be and how to be, have been answered. We currently do not have those answers in the world. The Western civilization has its answers, but we know full well that it's been challenged. Whether justified or unjustified, we don't have reason to think that our approach is better, a winning strategy in itself. We must prove to the global community that what we do is right, and serves not only the interests of us, but everyone. And now about education and its blind spots. I don't know whether I'm able to shed light on these. The concept of education is so complicated that there really is no one single substance. Many think that this education means knowledge, also skills. Some also say competence, adeptness. But what about the components that mean that this education is integral? This means also motivation, like Lovely said, and also values and attitudes, preferences. It's not clear on a level of principle, because when we speak about values and attitudes and teaching them, then we come up against a challenge of civilization. To what extent are we justified in indoctrinating people? To what extent are we justified in pressing our values and understandings of people on a personal level, within a family, or as an education institution, as the state? And especially in Western democracies, the answers to these questions are difficult. Yes, on the one hand, we understand that more than ever we need a clear space of values, but how far should we go in teaching these values or indoctrinating this value set? There is no unity on this. Well, teaching critical thinking with value propositions and assessing these value propositions is one option, but how to tie it all together in practice, we don't really know. There's no reasonable answer. Knowledge is the easiest part, actually. If these have been developed, acquired, near or far, then there are quite good measures or technologies, pedagogical ways to bring these to people. Also, we're able to teach skills, transfer skills, and competence and adeptness, which you can train and practice. But when it comes to attitude, values, and motivation, like Lovely Berling said, that is much more complicated. And it seems to me that in this critical situation, this is where the biggest educational challenges are. How do you cope with this? How to tie together these very different people, understandings, and values? Even within the EU, we see that the French and German understandings of education can be very different. And the pragmatic approach in the UK is different again. I'm sure you've seen in your work in combating crime, and the cultural attitudes in different countries are very different, sometimes oppositional. Still, I'm happy to state that, as with earlier critical issues, humanity or different nations have always overcome these problems somehow. Learning is fundamental and inalienable, not only for people, but all living nature. Also, now, for the artificial environment. We can say that computers also learn in one way or another. So, if we've lived with the computer for 3 to 5 years, then it has adjusted itself to you, and sometimes seems to act according to its own mind, and it's difficult to say why it's doing what it's doing. Sometimes it's you need to look at what have you done before and why has the computer reached these conclusions? I spoke about indoctrination and doctrine. A doctrine in itself is not negative, though the word indoctrination has a slight negative connotation in our society. It stems from the same word as docent, docere in Latin, or doctrine, doctrina, teaching, instruction. It also has a Greek variation, and religious people know it as catechism. So, a code of principal beliefs written in an understandable format, and everybody who shares the religion should be able to read it, understand it, and abide by it. The concept of doctrine is used more narrowly. Defense doctrine also, in policies, foreign policy, Wilson's doctrine or Woodrow's doctrine. Doctrinal approach to certain sectors, to the best of my understanding, is one of the most important qualities in order to ensure understandable shared approach to important challenges in human communities. And listening to the previous speaker, lovely examples of how we try to solve certain issues in society, which according to common sense should be resolved differently, but still de facto, based on law or just practical behavior, we have conflicts and we don't know how to respond to certain situations. We have legislative foundation, we have common understandings, we have practice and attitudes in society that are oppositional, and we have not reached a consensus. And that is why I'm speaking about doctrine and doctrinal thinking, proceeding from important principles, wording these principles that serve as grounding, as support. And like Lovely said, these would become the anchors which in critical situations allow us to continue and be brave and avoid uncertainty and fear of whether I'm doing the right thing, the reasonable thing, the wise thing, and what will others think of me, what do I think of myself in such a situation. All people, especially ones who have the right by society to use force, must be aware of it, must know this, and also the obligation of public authorities to establish such rules, bring these to people, and to indoctrinate them, if this word does not sound too aggressive to you. And in addition to this doctrinal approach and catechism, I would like to speak about a couple of more challenges of strategic importance that all educational institutions nowadays must face. The first is, in a situation where the amount of knowledge doubles every 3 to 5 years, doesn't even matter how often, where in the past century more knowledge has been added than in the course of past history. How do we bring all of this to people in a reasonable way, to people who need this knowledge? How do we teach them? How do we build this process of transferring the values, the knowledge, the skills? Broadly speaking, these can be divided into two cultures, or in the European cultural space, there are two approaches that are a bit oppositional, contradictory. One is from continental Europe, philosophically speaking from Germany. If I simplify, then a metaphysical, religious and idealistic approach from a space of knowledge, a certain idealistic harmony, and then building a more complicated knowledge on a simple base. This is acquired ever since kindergarten, and in the end, if I simplify a bit, then up to Professor Emeritus level, you acquire fully. So there's a build-up process of knowledge. And the second approach, which the Anglo-Saxon culture has abided by for the past 500 years at least, is skeptical, empirical, pragmatical, capable of allowing contradictions, focused on outcome and specific, concrete. And our educational institutions are also sort of divided based on the classical German thinking in its purest form. This is the ideal of the Humboldt Academy, acquiring historical knowledge stone on stone until this educational institution is complete. If not by end of university, then end of academic career. And then the second approach, reflected by British universities, especially the applied institutions, which are more professional or vocational schools, not built on theoretical knowledge. We have a problem and we are going to solve this problem. You can involve people with different levels of knowledge to solve the problem based on the needs and the issues that pop up in seeking a solution. We bring in theory and the knowledge we have in society. And through practical challenges and involved knowledge and skills, we enhance learning and come to a solution here and now. Not someday in the future when all skills and knowledge has been acquired. Real life is probably balancing between the two, but I dare think that currently Estonia is moving together with other continental European education institutions from the traditional systemic approach, the integral education model, which often is too challenging, towards more practical solutions. The biggest pro, to the best of my understanding, is in the principle that when it comes to resolving very complicated issues that you need to learn 30 or 40 years to resolve, you can involve young people who only have 1 or 2 years of experience, or 3 years, adapt it to their capabilities and use shared responsibility. And you can include these young people from the very beginning into solving contemporary, very complicated problems. And through that, you can also raise their motivation to acquire theoretical, dry, historical knowledge. Because the biggest problem in many academic institutions is that you tend to lose sight of the goal. When for the first year you study the physics of the 17th century, next year physics from the 18th century. This is pretty much how I studied physics at Tartu University. And then in the 4th year, it gets hazy. When will we reach contemporary life? And the inclusive, pragmatic approach probably is a reasonable thing. And to finish with, as the last point, I would like to speak about technology. It is true that all big technological inventions over the past 100 years have changed our lives fully, but education to a large part has remained the same, follows the same logic, structure. There are students, there are teachers, and there's a board and chalk and marks and testing and radio and TV, recorded lectures, nor the internet have significantly changed that. Those signs of the fact that they're moving towards a new learning environment are already here. Though the first steps due to the corona pandemic did not bring the best results, but remote learning and adopting different methods is on the uprise, especially when it comes to knowledge, which we can find online or on Wikipedia, not to mention other materials. The skills are mostly on YouTube, starting from cooking to everything else. But the most complicated qualities of education, those based on human relations, values, trust, no technology was able to cover these. So despite all technological advancements, it was useful to go to the lecture hall, debate, get immediate feedback. This is changing with the adoption of artificial intelligence. First timid steps are being taken now, but this advancement and development is very quick. And managing this challenge is of strategic importance to every sector. We should think about it already today, not just tomorrow or the day after. Dear audience, I started by stating that I rejoice over the fact that we have the Academy of Security Sciences. And I would like to finish by saying that I am convinced that the challenges that you face, Estonia faces, EU faces, the unstable world faces, the Academy is capable of contributing a great deal to resolving these issues. Thank you.
Nii, on küsimus.
Now is the time for questions and answers. And we have about 15 minutes time, and I'll read the questions I've received here, and if there is anything from the audience, we'll find a way for you to ask a question. A question for Alexandru. Right now in Europe, we have a huge number of Ukrainian refugees. And this kind of movement of people would create preconditions for certain types of crimes. So when it comes to the Ukrainian refugees, how has it impacted crime?
Yeah, that's a very good question. As I was saying, when we've conducted this training needs analysis on the war on the impact of the war in Ukraine on the law enforcement, we've seen that obviously the influx of refugees has impacted a lot the law enforcement, and there's created a lot of challenges from dealing with such a large influx of people to the crime that comes and is associated with that. So all types of trafficking across this border, not only drugs and people, but also, as I said, firearms, large amounts of money, valuable goods, and so on. So it's had a tremendous impact, and as I said, more so on the countries that are bordering with Ukraine, but also on all the European countries as well. So we've done this training needs analysis that I think we've published this September, if I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken, but I can pull it out for you, and then you can read in more detail what is the impact, because as I said, we have a full report on that. What do we do with this report? Because then we publish the report, but then it's up to EU law enforcement and to training academies to take into account these training needs and really adapt their training delivery to that. So we need, for example, language skills. A lot of the first responders that are dealing with the refugees at border crossings, but also patrolling the streets, now they have to deal with Ukrainian refugees, so they have to speak the language, or they have the issue of not being able to really talk to them. So there are a lot of impacts. So I think if you have time, check out the report and see how you can, if you're in a position to really address the training needs for your agency, for example.
Veel üks küsimus Aleksandrule.
Another question for Alexandru. So it's a theoretical question. So what would you do in CIPOL? What would be your investments? Let's say that you have all the money in the world, everything you want, you have all the possibilities, and you have the power to make a decision. What would be the field where you would now want to put most of the money and tools? What kind of crime would you fight first? What will be your priority?
Yeah, this is a really great, very hypothetical question. I'm not sure if I am in the best position to answer that, but I think what I was saying that, we've worked really hard this summer to design this new CIPOL strategy. And we've built into that a lot of these things that I think are very important. So creating this multidisciplinary training program where we bring together investigators, customs, border patrol, border police, cyber investigators, and really build these skills that they need to address organized crime in Europe and provide not only specific investigation skills, but also a background of how organized crime operates in Europe. What are the tools that we have on EU level? What are the databases? How we can maybe leverage legislation in each country to really help a cross-border investigation. And of course, beyond Europe, what are other tools such as Interpol databases and so on. So I think building such a multidisciplinary program would be one of the areas where I would focus. Of course, cyber, digital forensics, these are always, now everything is connected to computer, to the internet. So we have digital evidence in every type of case, in every type of crime. So I think it's really hard to pick one area because, as I said, we can't really address it from one angle alone.
Lovely.
Thank you very much. Now, Lovely. In your presentation, you talked about motivation. And now it would be a crime if we would not ask you, and said that you have experience from Ukraine now, which is quite extensive. Can you now link the security issue and with the word motivation based on Ukraine and your experience there? Do you think that will come out of it? Yes, but what should be done? What will be the process like? Now, if you think about the word motivation, the next 20 minutes at least we could talk about it, because motivation is all encompassing. First of all, why me? What is my role? And we talk about the environment. What motivates me? If I think about Ukraine and if I talk about internal security and security at large, then I think that the target where they would want to be, what they're aiming for, is they want to be a wealthy, Western-type free country. So at one hand, this is the positive motivation which motivates them, and I can tell you honestly that there is a very clearly other motivation as well. I don't think we should need to hide that, as it is Estonian foreign policy aim is very clear. And Ukrainian foreign policy aim is the same. There is no peace on earth until the Russian imperialistic mindset lasts. Our own tasks at home, our willingness to defend ourselves in our institutions, on the top leaders level, we need to destroy this kind of Russian military empire as an idea. And I think Ukrainians know it better today than anyone else. And they are fighting the war for us as well. We cannot get tired of it. And if I look at these young people with whom I've been working, and if I look at the people who are high up, who I'm working with, then this is common for them. That to have your own free country, where people do well, where there's no corruption. And this is what I talk about as well. And the 7 years before the war and during the war, why do they listen to us? Is that we have many things which are similar. We have experience we can share with them. And our task today, in any field, is to motivate them. To motivate them to believe that it's possible, because these stories I tell them, that I love Estonia, I know that. But I tell them also that we have had a scandal where we've been talking about the traffic police taking bribes. And I've been in court where somebody asked me, why do not take the money which is worth my annual salary for 10 stamps? We no longer have this kind of attitude. And these are the 3 pillars I build everything on. And I think what has helped us is that something was done really well in the 90s. And I think these right things were that we had economic reforms which gave us freedom and brought foreign investments in. And the second was the rule of law, that we really believed in the rule of law. There were no untouchable people. And we also trusted the young people. I can't say us. We can say that they, at the time, trusted the young people who were dreaming of this kind of a country we have today. This is a motivator also for Ukraine. That was very nice, because motivation indeed is something which we feel. I have had this connection myself, and you can see that there is belief they have. Now, Jaak, with your knowledge, if they think of the school here, it has a very strong ambition to be a powerhouse when it comes to research. And you said that it takes 20-25 years to develop a proper university or high school, higher level education institution. What would you recommend them? The most important thing is the willingness to understand yourself that this is what you want to do. And this is not just ticking a box, but it's a preparedness to invest. These are not the fruit which will come quickly, and you need long-term investments. Now, if we were to build a new academic competence, then in principle we have 3 approaches. One which has been used Singapore. Singapore has said that first of all we will buy in a couple of the world level researchers, and then we give them lots of money, and then things will move on. So if you really seek out the people, you find the funding for them and you support them, then you can move on quite quickly, much faster than under normal conditions. And Singapore has shown us that this is possible. There is also the other approach. And this means that the people who are here are working on science and research. They receive support. They will have students, and the students in turn will have their own students. And 50 years later, they have their own school of thought or research. And then is the third method. And the third method is that you find young people who have already proven themselves, who have both motivation and internal potential to do something in this field of academics. And these young people will be sent to study somewhere else, which has the highest potential, 2 or 3 years perhaps, which would allow them to adapt to this culture and the scientific atmosphere. So when they come back, they can continue that. If you look at the research field in Estonia, if you look at the successful communities who we have, then I think about 2/3 of them come from this kind of approach where they have experienced 3, 4, 5 years of some other higher university level education. You can use all these methods, but if you want to achieve some results in a sensible time period, it takes about 5 to 10 years. Young, ambitious people about 30 years of age who have been abroad for 3 or 5 years, then by age of 40, then they have achieved good results. Thank you. And as I've been working for the TV such a long time, my most popular sentence is that unfortunately our time is up. Now we have 1.5 minutes, and I have my own personal statement to make. I believe that when we have the students here, the point of the school is not to only learn, but the idea is wider. It's that you teach them. Nassim Taleb has a very good sentence. It says that heroes are not coming from achievements but behavior. And I asked my parents at some point that when I talked about police officers, how did they behave? Then the grandfather actually did not even have a private clothes. At home he was without the boots, but he had the uniform clothes. And if a guest came to see the officer, then the grandmother received the guest, but then the grandfather got properly dressed, boots, the whole outfit. So there was never this kind of thought that you would be as a citizen and not perfectly attired at all the times. So this kind of behavior, which led the police officers to be part of the elite, then the role of the school is to teach us all, not only learn here. And now we'll have a 30 minutes break, and then we'll have a bell. But if you're at home, you go to the fridge, and if you're attending us here, then the coffee is served outside. Thank you very much to all the speakers.
No,
Let's continue with the conference. To start the next panel, we'll first look at a brief video about what the students at the Academy think about education and the future of security. In order to have a secure life in the future, I believe that we should advertise internal security more. Already in kindergarten, elementary school, go and speak there, advertise to create interest in young ones that internal security is important, and I think that we should have everybody understand it from a young age. Currently, we need to teach people first and foremost how to behave in crisis situations. Due to current events, many have started learning about it themselves, but still there's a huge share of people who do not know what accessories or tools and even foodstuffs they should have at home for a crisis. Also, people lack the knowledge regarding how to behave during economic crisis. We should teach or increase the level of knowledge in people regarding patriotism, and also if people know how to behave in a crisis situation, they should be willing to help others and also act in the interest of the country to resolve crisis quicker. I think the biggest challenge right now is general security, and also cybercrime is on the rise on a smaller and bigger scale, and this means that we need to find ways to include communities into creating security. I think that migration, climate and war situations, these will not disappear, and in relation to migration and due to climate change, we will also be experiencing different disease outbreaks. Thank you. These were the opinions. And during the last panel, during Aleksandru's presentation, we heard about how many different sectors you need to be aware of and learn about to make sure that we have high-level internal security. And in this academy, different professions are taught and new ones are added constantly. But now on to the general philosophy of teaching. The next speaker comes from Finland, Leena Kaikkonen. Today when we are speaking to the Finns, then we need to know that today, 83 years ago, the Winter War began, an extraordinary event in Finnish and European history, and I hope everybody knows sufficiently about this event. Leena is a true guru in this field. She has worked in a number of countries. It would take a long time to list them all, and we'll be telling about the future of learning and teaching today, and we'll find out whether older people like me should still continue learning or there's no point for us anymore.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning or midday or whatever, but hello everyone. Good to be here. This music that you have here, it makes you feel like that this is something, who is going to winning the European Song Contest or something like that, but let's leave the songing for some other point, knowing, however, that you are good singers here in Estonia. As said, my name is Leena, and I come from Jyväskylä University of Applied Sciences. I have worked there already for more than 30 years in teacher education. We train teachers for professional schools and for higher education. So we don't teach the teachers for the youngsters, but people who work in vocational schools as teachers or in universities of applied sciences, the pedagogical training. Learning is something that I have dealt with all my working life, 40 years or more. I have a background of a kindergarten teacher, a special education teacher, and I have also worked as a vocational teacher. I have had the possibility to work internationally quite much related to pedagogical development in different countries. And the interesting question related to the topic I have here, the question of learning, is that in the end, never mind which country I have had the possibility to go, in the end with teachers, we end up with a question, what can I do in order to make my students learn better? And would it be the youngsters, 7-year-olders, or would it be the adult students with they are working? Future of learning and teaching, when Christy asked me if I could come here, I said that, oh, why me? Why me? Why somebody from Finland? We used to be the winner in PISA, like you know, but you have gone far beyond of us, beaten us here in Estonia, and this one said, why don't you ask somebody from here, who am I to tell you about the future of learning and teaching? But I believe that there is the other element that, you know, we have collaborated, our university and Sisekaitseakadeemia in twinning projects, and we have been there involved as a kind of a pedagogical partner, and that's why maybe I'm here. Having been involved with learning and teaching all my working life, I thought first that, okay, this is a piece of cake for me. What is the future of learning and teaching? This is what I have been working on all my life. However, I digged into Wikipedia. Like Jaak Oavikso said that everything is found already in Wikipedia. I Googled as well with the title Future of Learning and Teaching. And it is amazing how millions of responses you get with that one. Of course, if I put it in English, they all are in English. And this is how they see it as in the other side of the world in Australia. This is from Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, how they have described in their website that what are the questions concerning future of learning. This, I believe that, you know, for us teachers and educators, these are really something what we know already. Learning is an individual process for all of us. Everybody here, when you listen to the speakers here, you have your own experiences, your different backgrounds, so you listen and hear something a little bit differently based on what your experiences and knowledges are before. But however, what is raised nowadays is that besides being an individual process, it is also a collaborative process, that we learn better when we do things together. And to co-create, we need, of course, somebody else with whom we co-create. So learning is not learning something that is knowledge here and now, but it is all the time looking forward and being connected with other people, but being also connected with the world around of us. We know all that learning is something that nothing is revealing us from learning. We have to learn all our life. It happens anywhere, everywhere, it happens anytime. It's not only inside of schools, but maybe at least today in this short speech I will focus more on the question how we learn in formal education, in professional education. What is also shared quite strongly is that learning is something that is customized. We need to customize it to every learner. We have this learner-centered approach where the learner is the most important, not the teacher. Learning is more important in schools and in colleges than teaching as such. Teaching might help and support learning, but learning can happen without teachers as well. But hopefully in academia and in our university, we hope that we teachers could also facilitate and support our learners to go forward. The fourth one is really interesting, and you know that what they said in Australia, but I agree totally that if we talk about nowadays the learner-centered approach, and especially concerning when we teach professionals like you do here in Sisekaitseakadeemia, there is the competence-based approach. And in a way, this competence-based approach is challenging the way how we assess and evaluate our students and how we help them to evaluate themselves. So in a way, future learning, I would say that this is already existing issue, but at least in future we have to challenge the way how we do our testing. And to my mind, if I understood in Estonia, I didn't have the headset, that Jaak Aaviksoo was also referring to this question. So what are the challenges for the future for us educators is another issue. Somehow I feel that, I went through a couple of pages and that the wordings are quite the same, but that this is the future of learning. Somehow I think that these elements are already here. We know this. So what is the future? Putting myself in a little bit away from my comfort zone, I started to dig a little bit deeper about the question of future and thinking it that way, that if we talk about future of learning, training professionals, it is related with the world around us, the real life, the working life where the professionals that we are training today will be working. How would it look like? So we, in a way, cannot consider learning without thinking about where our students will end up. Not only today, being able to work today, of course, but what will happen if they will be working in their professions 30, 40 years after graduating from our universities or from our colleges and vocational schools. Hang on. If dictionary is to be believed, future is something that is to come. What is going to happen? And it is predicting always. We always predict. We don't know what will happen, but we have to do it in a way. And I glanced through also, besides the university websites, something else. Here is some of the list that I got enthusiastic about this issue, and I went through from different point of view of that education as such. For example, I went to the websites of World Economic Forum and OECD, besides, of course, UNICEF and UNESCO, which are strongly related with how we see learning questions all in all globally. But then I visited also some Finnish sites like Sitra, which is the Finnish Innovation Fund, which was established more than 50 years ago. And the kind of a goal for Sitra is to innovate, predict, make kind of for future plans how Finland as a country could get forward and renew itself and for its success. Also VTT, which is a kind of a technical research center of Finland, having also quite a lot of collaboration on European level as well. And, but many of these World Economic Forum, OECD, Sitra, VTT, they look the questions from the point of view of economical security, technology, and so forth. What would they say about the future? I took as a first example what Sitra is saying. Sitra is doing quite a lot of scenarios, how life would look like in the future. And they start with saying that the future, however we predict what is happening and try to understand it, it has this kind of a challenge, phenomenon that it is challenging or it is surprising us. And they have this idea that even though we don't know what is happening, we have to predict in a way to have these different scenarios that what might happen in order to be ready as a country or countries globally, but also as individuals, as professionals. They have a saying, they have done these scenarios quite recently after the COVID-19 happened, and what are kind of mega trends they say that we are facing, and they refer that there are 5 mega trends happening at the moment, and they are related with 5 elements: environment, power, technology, economy, and population or people. And in a way, going a little bit of this. I won't go too much in details because of the timing, but somehow they say that all what happens is in a way related what is the ecological situation and how we as globe are able to reconstruct the ecological situation. That everything, if we want to survive as a globe, as humans all over the world, this is the question number one. And somehow that concerning education and the future of education, the question is that, okay, this wouldn't be something that, okay, we will talk in the beginning of some lessons, 5 minutes about this, and we talk about, you know, where to put your litters and so forth, but in a way it is a question that we have to engage into everything what we do in our learning. It is, of course, a question of the climate change and these kind of big issues, but it is having an impact, and we should have an impact in education so that in the future we would survive. The second one that they are saying, oops, hang on. Yes. This is, no, sorry. The second megatrend is about population, and at least in Finland, this is what we have at the moment, that our population is aging and it is diversifying, and what can we do? How can we cope with that issue? That issue that it is a question of not our people only growing old, but it is a question of ecological, technological and economical issues and how we take this into account in everything in what we do. They say that nowadays economy is in a way has its dead end already. With this kind of consumption that we are doing nowadays, would it be education or whatever the professional field, we won't survive as a globe. The third one is technology. Technology is embedded in everything. You know, we cannot live in a way without technology being here. And the fourth one is the question of power. And this is, to my mind, quite an interesting question. If you think what is happening internationally, that how we are as countries combined to each others, and who makes the decisions and who makes the information, what is going on, or the disinformation. But these all 5 elements also are something that are related with the future of learning. How do we take these questions into account when designing the learning processes for our students in every professional field? Would it be economy? Would it be security field? Would it be engineering? Would it be nursing? We face these questions. Do we want it or not? An interesting issue is that Sitra was doing this because of the COVID-19. And then we got where we got in Europe. Skip it over. I skip this over. And they had to make a new one after what happened in Europe, in Ukraine. And I think that these might be more interested for you and here in the Sisekaitseakadeemia, thinking about they, for example, using these same 5 elements, raise the questions that this environment question is about food and energy, like we know. It is raising the questions of geopolitical power relations, how technology is used, how does economy function, and how can we strengthen trust and reduce inequalities between people, what is happening at the moment. So these are changing. And the interesting for you might be that they have made four different scenarios about these questions, that what might happen in Europe. I believe that none of them is something that is totally something new for you. But the idea of these scenarios is that if we predict and make kind of ideas that what might happen, for example, in the security field, so it might help us or you to decide that what are the capacities, what are the competencies that the students, the future professionals should have, or what they do, those people who are already working in the field should have. Because according to Citra and other people who are working on this kind of a megatrends, they say that it is in a way raising up something that we haven't thought, and in that sense get new ideas for the learning. Otherwise, we might end up to a situation where we find everything so desperate that there is no use doing anything. But we have to do, however, and that's the idea of these. Thinking about these ones, but coming a little bit closer to the work that we are doing, would it be again security field or something else? The question for learning is also that it is not that we solve the problems that we have at the moment, but we should have the courage to make the future. And the scenario working is a kind of working method for us to work with our students and work with professionals in the field as well to see that what might happen, how could we make the future instead of taking everything that comes. Concerning the future of work, it is also a question of, in the light of these megatrends, that there is somehow, however, the diverse, even though the megatrends, whatever they are, there is a diversity of the work. There is not one working life. But what we have a kind of a problem is the second one, but we consider that work is something that it continues like it is nowadays. And we don't see any differences how we should develop the areas. And also that there is different type of changes going on all the time. They are related with structures of the work, content of the work, but it is also related with competencies that are needed and so forth. The question for us teachers is, of course, that what kind of a working life we or I want to be building up for my future generations based on what I see the life. Is it something that I did 20 years ago, or is it the kind of worst case scenarios that I built my students, or is it something that I still keep the hope for my students? Competencies, I know that as if you are teachers and whatever the field you are, you have seen kind of a list of competencies, that what kind of skills and competencies we should have, so meaning what we should teach in our schools. 21st century skills is something that has been discussed quite a lot, and they are the ones that, besides those actual professional field competencies, content-based skills, knowledges, attitudes, we should have quite strongly the idea of 21st century so that we are able to create a world, communicate and collaborate. And it is not a course on these ones, but it is embedded in everything what we do. Nowadays, it is more and more talked about the first one, so that besides working here and now, after you graduate from your school, you have to be able to work in the field immediately with the problems that, with the questions that there are. But we should be able to kind of see the perspective, so the developmental skills, seeing the possibility as a professional that I'm able to focus and work on the future. We know nowadays concerning learning that our brains are kind of very plastic ones, and that learners are not empty vessels when they come to our classes, and prior knowledge is there. I skip over some of these, but having all these crises around us, what is the kind of a civilized person we want to train here? Is it in a way, it is not only the knowledge, it's not only what they can do, but it is a kind of a wiser knowledge base, wiser way of seeing and seeing their life ahead. We should, in a way, help them to shape their future. And for us teachers, because this all has been for the learners, for us teachers, I consider that it is two elements that I would like to say, that even how hard the future might see, we should keep the hope. We should make people believe that there is, however, the future ahead, and together we can work on that, and that their students would have a possibility to learn safely. Fear is a bad motive for us, but I trust on young people. I have a belief that they can make the future with their energy, with their ideas, and their enthusiasm. Thank you.
Leena, älä mene pois. Nyt on semmoinen juttu, että Leena on... Nyt mä räägin eesti keelest.
Was getting the languages mixed. I continued in Finnish. Actually, Lena has worked with Estonia about 30 years now, and I will tell you a secret today. It's her last working day, official working day. Of course, she will probably keep working, and I have a great pleasure on behalf of the organizers. There is nothing better than to retire amongst your friends and in Estonia.
Aitäh, Leena. Joo, ja loomulikult.
Can I use 1 minute? Yes, this is definitely. Tomorrow I will be a retired woman after my 34 and a half years of working life. As said, I have been working in teacher education now for 32 years. And I have started I have done quite a lot of international work, and I have started it as so far than in Estonia in 1995. And in a way, I was so happy and honored that I had a possibility to finish my international career here in Estonia. I have really enjoyed working with Estonian teachers and Estonian people. So a great thank you to you all, and all the best for your future. Thank you.
Järgmine esineja on Kristjan Jaani.
Kristjan Jaani is going to be the next speaker, a lifelong police officer, and if you see lots of marks on his uniform, then he's done well. He has been also Minister of Internal Affairs, and maybe he will be a future minister as well. Now Kristjan will talk about the blind spots of security.
Nii, tervist veel kord. Nüüd on heli ka olemas. Aitäh, Raul.
Thank you very much for this intriguing introduction. But yes, indeed, it's an interesting topic. And I can see that we might all be already repeating some things, but of course we need the repetition as the mother of wisdom. But I'll start with pictures, because picture is more than 1,000 words. And I'll tell you stories about them. So this is the academy in year 95, police officers, maybe some of you recognize. Everybody's wearing camouflage. This is in 1995. So if you look at the scientific literature and we try to find the terminology, then this is military approach to training. This is year 1995. The academy has just started. There is peace. Yeltsin is the president of Russia. Wars fall in Chechen, Oklahoma explosions, maybe there are things happening, but in general it's peacetime. Paldiski nuclear sites were taken over by Estonia, and the academy is starting with this military approach to the training. And this was, West Point was the role model. It was time of peace, and policemen with machine guns wearing camouflage. So this military style approach comes from the 60s and 70s, when the United States, they had this war on drugs. So community-based approach was our aim as well. So we talked about community policing, but on the picture, this is not really visible, but picture is 1,000 words. Now, this is the difference. We have the Third World War. This is the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, And this is what we look like now. And we get terminology like a guardian style approach. So this is more of a community policing approach to training, to education, and also the picture tells us the story. Why did I put these pictures here? It's quite interesting to see that year 95 was peacetime, but the police training for 4 years, wearing camouflage and with machine guns, and now Third World War, and it looks a lot safer and softer. But these are the pictures, and the content might be something different, but let us continue. Now, police education, is it broken? And can it be fixed? With certain reservations, we have to take it all. This is the American story. And this sums up a little bit everything which culminated after the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, where the police was charged, and there was a lot of discussion. How did we actually get to this place? But this was a culmination before and after. There was issues with racism and racism-based judging regarding the minorities. So there's a zero-tolerance approach in the United States. So what did it actually mean? The sentence below is that you can have very good training, but everything, it comes down to morals, your ethics, and it also comes down to the culture of an organization. Now, the United States education specialists, when it comes to the police training, then a principle was that, as I said, pretty straight on, that they had made a mistake somewhere. And there were some opinions where they said that in principle, the entire police training system is so wrong that you can't fix it. You basically have to start from the beginning. It's this entire process of police training. A little bit statistical information, coming back to this military style approach. So if we look at the United States, there is, of course, the federation system of different states. And if you look at the police academies, then about 50% before the 2020s, but about 50% of the American schools use this military style approach, very forceful, not paying much attention to social skills, but more about force. So in principle, there was a very strong academic approach. So 18% of the Americans of the police academies, and everything between them was either this kind of combined approach. So of course the police has to have the strength and guns and self-defense and tactics, but in addition to that they learned the academic approach as well. Well, of course, as we say, Academy of Security Sciences, but the United States, they were minority in their approach. A problem which was also described, that there was no standards when it came to police training. So everybody had their own system. So sort of national standards of what kind of policemen are needed in the United States, this didn't quite exist. So today all these things are changing. So it's quite a bit of a challenge, of course. But if you talk about the nationally certified curriculum, which will be the basics for all the training of the police in United States. So there's a lot of discussion. So from the experts of education in the United States, and there is quite a big challenge which has been described, that the American police get their education through the TV series, and this is how they tend to behave on the streets. So it's not about the education they get in police academy. So these were interesting comments. So this is from the United States, and this is culminated after the George Floyd murder in Minneapolis. This story has not disappeared because there was a political issue. President Obama talked about it and said that the police education as a training system in the United States has to change. And as this training has carried out before, then there's been all force-based military-style training, but it has to change. And more attention has to be paid to conflict resolution and social skills. So building the police force through positive community relations. I hope they will get there. But looking at the entire system in the United States, the way it is, there are differences between states, so federation view and the state view, then it's quite a bit of a challenge. I'm sure that they would have a lot to learn from us. So this is a view of the other side of the ocean. Now coming closer to Europe, then the Bavarian Police Academy, there was carried out a survey. So it's not really COVID related, although the title refers to COVID. So, but the author says that COVID has shown us if we need to carry out a change, then everything is possible. So COVID was a very good example how simple it is to actually use different technologies and how it's possible to carry out different training. So let's not rest on the laurels, but let's use this example given by COVID, which shows us if we need to do something, we are capable. And there was a lot of surveys carried out from the police side as well. What is the role of the police here? And so we can have a lot of parallels about the restrictions and enforcement. We know that many cases have been taken to court as well about the police participation in restrictions and police stress tolerance and mental health and all that. But the objective here is to say that COVID showed us that everything is possible. You can carry out improvements, and this is something you need to hold on to. So what were the main challenges from the police training point of view? Then this has been summed up on this drawing. And there are a few things which were said. And I would not want to refer to everything, but there are some interesting topics. We can't say that it's something which is special for Bavarian police, but this will be true for anyone in Europe. You can see if this is a challenge presently, then everybody would agree. Demographic situation, it was mentioned. And it's not a question of declining population, but it's more about less young people and young men who want to get here to study. Then here in Estonia, we are competing with other universities. When it comes to the police, we are competing with the military field. Bavarian police refers to an interesting example who they have to compete with and to get the young people is with the BMW, Audi, Siemens, Adidas. These are big groups who are in the same area and they are competing for the same people. So one wants to get them to the police academy and the other one wants to get to work for them. So the German system, they're competing with the federal police as well, so because they have different systems. So these are the interesting challenges. Another thing is that if previously, if we talk about the big organization, employer set the conditions, but today it is the employee who sets the conditions and the organization has to follow. So if we look at the Generation Z, which is linked to the general demographics, but mentioning demographic change again, there was a recruitment method they use, which is very interesting, and perhaps we have not used so much, but they start with a recruitment already in the basic school. So already the basic school students are offered a possibility to come and have a ride along to see what it's like. So already they're starting at a quite young age. So they want trying to get access to these people. Generation Z, a lot of interesting studies have been carried out. and it's linked to demographics change as well. So people who are in principle have grown up in the digital world, being in touch with the world through digital means. So at one hand, it's a common opinion that the Generation Z is very well aware of the technology, how to use it and what to do, but it turns out it's not quite so, because they know how to use the phone very well. But if you look at the wider use of technology and the threats which come with it, then here the opinion is completely wrong. And the studies show the Generation Z is that there is a wider technological interest and capability. It actually does not exist. Then the interesting challenges for this generation and for education is that they are more individualistic. We can't generalize, of course, but this is something which comes from the survey. It doesn't apply to every single person. So the question is that are they happy to do teamwork, but they are more used to working alone with a computer and communicating through computer. But we have seen that they definitely are coping with teamwork. Multitasking is very strong. What's the threat here there for universities as well? Because they're a bit of a copy-paste generation when it comes to scientific research, because they do a lot of copy-paste. So, and their referrals get messed up. And this is what happens with this generation. So they're known as the copy-paste generation. They can find information very well, copy it and paste it. But it comes with certain threats. Then digitalization. Then to see our preparedness, then Bavarian Police Academy in comparison to use technology was before COVID 5%. The ambition is 30%. Then we want to actually praise our capability as well, how quickly we were able to continue with technology-based education. Now I'll skip this police work, and I would like to describe this image and confidence, because young people do not come here only for the academy, but they want to be part of this image and confidence. Because if you look at the United States again, then it was seriously damaged because they were they had racism charges. Killing of George Floyd was an issue, and that impacted the police image in Europe as well. But in general, they mentioned these three aspects where this image comes from when it comes to the law enforcement institutions. At one hand, how it's being covered by media and through entertainment. This is very important. TV series, CSI, Law and Order, all these series, they actually influence a great deal on how the police is viewed. Another topic, what is being written in media about the police, what is the image there? But this is developed by police themselves. And third is what police says about their own work. Would it be in social media, how open they are, how critical they can be regarding themselves. So this is also very important. And where we end up with is when it comes to training today and then the future. So the challenge is the wide spectrum of social skills. And it's not the skills you learn, but supporting these skills. Because a person has to have a certain base already so that the social skills could be transitioned better. Another point, going back to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, and this is Columbia Southern University story. It's an interesting university. It's very wide spectrum, public sector, police, military, trains from bachelor degree to the doctorate, and it has very wide basis for the training. So what they describe are the challenges for the police leaders and what we need to pay attention to when it comes to education. So they talk about recruitment as well, but I have not seen that maintenance is made. So who is already with you, how you can keep them with you for as long as possible. And this is a challenge. United States, there's an issue a little bit of the reputation with the family pressure regarding the police in the family, that the reputation is bad and people tend to leave the organization because family applies a lot of pressure, saying this is not an okay place to work. Then everything which has to do with technology, but I'm not getting into detail. It's geometry is an interesting topic, and it's good that they also mention the legislative development. It's not only about opportunities, which of course exist, but how the legislative development goes hand in hand with all the other processes. Then data-based crime prevention using big data. So how effective is the use of big data for the prevention purposes? So 10% we can see that this has an impact to be at the right time, right place, right time, using the data which is being gathered on the state level. But all the legal aspects, the data protection is also important, and this is not something we can overlook. Now, we cannot overlook Ukraine, because the first half of the day we discussed how we have been to Ukraine. We helped them to train. We will do that in the future. But Ukrainian lessons already today has to reach us in our curricula as well. Because today we can already see that the preparation was based on hybrid threats, but Ukraine shows us today that we have to look at the other angle, because we're not talking about hybrid, but we're talking about the classical conventional warfare, which are not always called war by everybody, but most people do. So there is a rescue work, and police works as police under bombs as well. So how to bring this knowledge to us? How we can then make this part of our own curriculum for our own officials as well, so how we can make sure that we get necessary preparation. Thank you.
Ja siit kõlksus hästi palju vastu, väga palju.
We heard about lots of interesting topics. I can say about one, that in the future we will all be learning from Ukrainian experience. And this is about fighting and combating information assaults. Now, Carmen Turk. People see her differently when I listen to her. Then first and foremost, I think of media issues and freedom of expression, and she's one of the most recognized experts in this field in Estonia today. She'll be speaking about data protection.
Tere päevast kõigile.
Good afternoon, everyone. It really is quite spooky music, but I gather up my courage. Welcome, everybody. Nice to see all of you. So I will be speaking about data protection as a blind spot for security, and from the aspect of education system, from the beginning to the end, the end being the level of the academy. So I'm not going to speak at length about myself. I basically am an attorney. I like this dry legal stuff. So I spend a lot of time in the Commission of the EU to do with technology and law. Technology is wonderful. When there's something new, we want to learn about it, how to use it, but we should never forget that in the background there is law, and it's not to make our lives more complicated, it's to maintain our societal structure and the safety net to protect our own rights and freedoms. I thought about how to approach this topic, data protection, and as a cornerstone to education and security. I thought how to approach it, and I thought, let's start with kindergarten. Why not? So technology is with us since we are born. Today we also heard that the technology is embedded in everything. And when a child is young, before they go to school or university or the Academy of Security Sciences, technology already surrounds them. And as parents, we want our child to develop before school as quickly as possible, more than others. And what do? We give them development tools and methods and toys. And now there are wonderful toys which are seeking information from the internet, and if I have a speaker, then they also speak to our children. Child asks about the weather, and Barbie checks the weather on Wikipedia and tells the child. As parents, we want to do the right thing, but the Norwegian Data Protection Agency did quite a thorough survey and asked 2 things about the toys. What happens when we no longer want the data to be in the robot or the Barbie? Will it be deleted? How long will it be kept there? It's not deleted, it turned out. After the parent says, I don't want the Barbie anymore, it will go to the landfill, it's not deleted. Secondly, the voice data of my child, what will you do with it? You at this academy know that voice is biometrical data. It's with you from birth to death. So future technologies will be able to identify our great-grandchildren based on these voice data. What do you do with it? Do you use it only for the robot to speak to my child? No, we use it for other purposes as well, with different objectives. Maybe we want to build a better Barbie, but maybe something else. And there are many more technologies like this. A scary case just recently this summer, there was an article in The Guardian how a baby monitor camera was hacked. And there's a video of how the baby monitor camera started speaking to the child. I am Santa Claus, I'm your best friend, let's become friends. If you want to be friends, go kick the TV. And the child went and kicked the TV. Horrible videos, you can look them up. And the parents want the best. They want the baby monitor there to make sure that the child is okay. But parents are not technical engineers, they don't build such devices, and they might not be lawyers who will go and take the 40-page instructions and read it. Most people don't read manuals from beginning to end. And then the child goes to school after having those security cameras and Barbies that talk to them. And at school, the parent does what? Entrusts the child to the school network. The parents can't do much anymore themselves. But when the child goes to school, they don't know that much about technology, except for mobile phones. We know that they are very adept at using mobile phones. And I can give you an example. It may seem that data protection is not a huge risk in school, but here's an example. In the last 30 days, there have been 86 billion, says the speaker, 6 zeros, 86 million malware cases. How many are related to education institutions? What do you think in percentage? 20%? Not 50? 80? 80%. 80% out of 80, I forgot, million? What was it? 86 million malware attacks in the past 30 days have been directed at the educational sector. That's a huge number of cases that the education system and network, primarily schools and universities, have to cope with. There are very many examples. And why is this done? Often I am also asked, but why? Why is this done? There are very many reasons. They may be financial, ransomware demands. 70% of the cases when you buy back the data, you don't get everything back, you get some. And with universities, these entail valuable information in addition to personal data, and then espionage as well. But as a rule, when there's a leak, when there's a cyber incident, then the data doesn't get stuck just somewhere. Here we have a UNESCO survey that looked at the following. The data of 50,000 teachers were stolen. A small case, but life goes on. But with this case, 400 teachers had turned to the police because their identity had been stolen based on the same data. So it's not a threat only for the students, it's for teachers and everybody else related to education institutions. We need to think about it. And despite the fact that we know that 80% of malware and cyber attacks are against the education system, as schools, I also lecture at Tartu University, we still use the technologies. It's logical. If it exists, then why not? We use cameras extensively to make sure that we can ensure the safety of teachers, students, and assets. And the recording of the cameras entails a lot of data. Are we able to protect it? And moreover, since we have the cameras, then what do we do with them? Do we only use the recording or do we go beyond? And another big part is that we tend to use third parties, data-intensive systems and solutions. The best example is probably Google. Also on basic school and upper secondary school level and university level, we use it a lot. And it's mostly to do with what Lena spoke about just before. Do we always ask why a large company like this wants to provide services in our sector? Is it making a profit or is there something else? What are the actual consequences when we allow global private companies, when we give them such a huge role in the lives of our students, when we invite them into our public infrastructure and societal institutions from the very beginning? What are the long-term consequences for society and the state? We don't ask these questions often, but in Denmark, especially in relation to COVID, we all know that it had a huge impact on our societies, and Google in many education institutions had a huge role. And now the conclusion is that they cannot be used in this way. I don't think it's a correct decision because somehow schools must manage, schools and universities, but these decisions have been made that Google should not have such an extensive role in schools. This does not have a positive outcome for students nor for society. But what else do we do with the data? What do we tend to do as a society, as people? When, well, we have technology, we have the camera recordings, when we already have them, then let's put an algorithm on this data. We can access systems quicker, Much easier. Facial recognition. Student walks in. Okay, you are welcome. We know who you are. How do we want to apply the technology? In the long run, is it right or wrong? We don't know. Facial recognition systems, especially in academic security sciences, you'll be exposed to at school and during implementation. I think the state will take a position on facial recognition very strongly, though I think that no technology is good or bad in itself. It's also about use, primarily about use and how we look at the outcome. But very many countries, like Sweden, for example, the Supreme Court prohibited facial recognition systems in education institutions. Is it right or wrong? We don't know. And facial recognition is not the only one. We also use other things. Recently, we've heard a lot about the fact that since we already have that video, the smart board in front of the classroom, we already broadcast seminars and lectures. Why don't we try to gather more information so that the teacher also understands what the students are doing and where they are? And ViewSonic is a company that has quite big ideas. And they have created a solution for teachers. So the teacher on dashboard sees in real time what the mood in the classroom is. Whether the students are happy or disappointed, are they bored? Great information for a teacher. But how does it impact the behavior of the students, their autonomous free choice? Are they able to make their free choices, or do they know that they're being monitored? And if I look like I'm on board, then the teacher will see a red alert. What does it actually mean for shaping the students? How will it affect what kind of people they turn out to be? Is there adrenaline a bit high all the time? Somebody's watching me. I think the UK court will decide on this matter soon. It will definitely end up in court, I'm certain. And other issues that popped up during COVID, the algorithms are there, so let's apply them. Let's try to prevent students from dropping out. We have so many students, we're not able to understand when comes the moment when we can still save somebody from dropping out. Of course, we think that let's use an algorithm. Maybe it can tell us that today we need to go to Mick and offer him this seminar, then he will not drop out. Valuable knowledge. But does it infringe on the private autonomy of the person? Who knows? We also think about how difficult it is every July and August to decide who to admit to university. It's a lot of human hours. Why not give it to algorithms? Let them decide. Let them make a choice for us. 1,000 will become 100, fewer working days during the summer. But is it respectful? Does it ensure that we treat all candidates equally? Can we ensure that the algorithm is objective? That the algorithm doesn't include some prejudice because it's people writing the algorithms, even if they have the self-learning capacity, and we are prejudiced. So do we ensure equal opportunities? If we take out the human component, who knows? What is the solution then? I keep saying, who knows? But the solution is in buildings like this one across Estonia. It's education and nothing else. In our national curricula, we are discussing more and more, considering the fact that technology surrounds us everywhere, from birth, from entering the school system. It doesn't only surround us, but more and more, it also makes decisions about us. But technology is not about how it's built. There's a lot surrounding it. Today we also saw an article that Christiani showed. One of the problems had to do with moral issues, using technology that impacts our daily autonomy is related not only to law, it's also related to ethics and morals. Where do we draw the line? But in secondary school, upper secondary school, in university, how many of us learn about ethics? We think it's a soft subject. Everybody has a sense of morals. We understand ethical norms, 10 commandments and some other things. That's ethics. But if we don't teach it, then how can we later demand that use of technology, those who create the technology, that they understand how to create the type of technology that is human-centered and benevolent to people? How can we make sure that those who will be using technology, police officers, for example, understand how to use the technology in a way that it is trustworthy, trustful, and abides by the law? We should teach all of this already in secondary school. And in the law department at Tartu University, we are debating ethics. How do we include ethics in the curriculum? We are attorneys. We don't need to speak about ethics. But actually, if we don't teach ethics, especially when it comes to future technology use, which surround us, then in 30 years, nothing good will come of it, I think. Ethics, human rights in the broadest sense, are extremely important. And the understanding of how to develop technology, how to use it, and what we need to do to protect ourselves and others who are the subjects of our use of technology. So this was my introduction, especially keeping the academic security sciences in mind. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's continue our discussions. Thank you.
Karmel, kas sa panid tähele, et ütlesid?
Did you notice that you said a classical sentence that the words lawyer and ethics will not be in the same sentence often together, but hopefully it's not quite that bad. But let us continue. Christian Oad, who is doing doctorate in history, he's in advertising and talking about strategic communication. He talks about identity. And I know that if somebody mentions identity and stories, then I think that it's kind of like checking for petrol with a lit match, but I'm sure that it's going to be explosive. Good afternoon. I'm already second Christian today. So I was introduced. I would rather not use a match near a petrol tank, but I would want to see how we can alleviate the sparks, so it'll be no fire which will burn everything down, but rather a comfortable fire in the fireplace. But we're supposed to talk about education and security from the point of view of communication. Then yes, indeed, this is what I'm working on. I've been working in education before, so I have views from different sides of things. Now in this room here, I think it's not a surprise to anyone that we are right now in the information war. We have an enemy who is working against us. We can see them working in Estonian schools as well. Unfortunately, in a lot of Estonian schools, there are same talking points of Kremlin used, and they are provoking young people to stand against the Republic of Estonia. This has become possible because there is a vacuum which can be filled. It is possible, the market is there to offer young people in Estonia some sort of alternative identity, which is not Estonian identity. It's not loyalty to the Estonian Republic, but an alternative, which to a greater, lesser extent is antagonistic to the Estonian Republic. It's a problem. Now we take steps against it. We're reading from the papers sometimes. There's some press releases what talks about the language of education and so forth. But what can we offer in return? But can you imagine that if there is no more Kremlin propaganda in Estonian schools? So everything which happens is based on our curriculum and everything is correct. So what can we offer then? So let us imagine. So imagine that you were born and grew up not in Estonia, but in Sweden or Germany. You grew up there, so you speak the local language, you live there, you work there. That's your home country. But in media, if we talk about the society or processes or statistics, everybody always says that Swedes and Germans, and then there are some others. So they could be people of Germany or Sweden, or people with other native languages. So there is always some sort of difference, and there's different groups. So how would you feel? How would you identify yourself? And now imagine, in addition to that, you're being told with great enthusiasm how you could be very motivated with having the identity of a citizen of that country. So on one hand, you're not quite Swede or German, you are someone else, but at the same time you have some sort of identity which you should adopt. So this is a cognitive dissonance situation, and it's artificial, and therefore I think it will never work. I'm not saying that the Sweden of Germany would work like this today. I think they wouldn't, but this is just an example. Some positions Estonians have held before, and this is something which makes things easier for us to understand. So if you define somebody officially as someone else, so who is outside the main group, outside the in-group, then it doesn't feel good. So it's abstract identity. It's complicated. And that means that the most will not accept it. Of the others who think that, yes, indeed, I can. This is how I can identify ourselves, but it's actually insulting. Because first of all, you tell someone you're not part of us, and then you say, but you should still love us. So what can I do about it? Because if this situation continues, then this provides fruitful ground for the propaganda of the enemy. Because if Kremlin, for example, can offer hostile content, then this is what they do. And another solution which has been discussed is that perhaps we will rethink how we run the republic. It's not the country of Estonians or Estonian residents, and there's some sort of people of Estonia regardless of their language or nationality. Then I think that this will lead us astray, because Estonians, ethnical and cultural Estonians, will not accept it. And if you're trying to run things this way, then there's going to be a counter reaction, which is natural. But there are some forces who will then try to overtake it, and then you have it leads to ethnical tension and nationalism. Nobody wins from that, and Estonia definitely does not win from that. So you cannot really separate these things. And it's more like a theoretical academic question. and not to have a practice on a daily basis. At the same time, we need certain identity. So everybody who lives in Estonia and who's connected their lives to Estonia can easily and intuitively accept. And not that this will work, but they need to be proud of their identity, and they can be proud of themselves and of Estonia. So this is the united Estonian identity. We've discussed this a lot. It's part of the context of education and context of others. So what could it be? What I have thought is that this identity should be Estonians. So who is now an Estonian? Let us define. It's quite hard to define. So it's hard to define. So we can't really say who are Estonians, but quite easily Estonian media in the social space, we determine who is not Estonian. So you can have somebody who's lived in Estonia, born here, can speak Estonian freely, have studied here in Estonian language, work here, had children here who maybe attend Estonian schools, Estonian language schools. But in certain descriptions, statistics, or emotionally, they are just people who live in Estonia or have other mother tongues and so forth. I don't think there are any reasons why we should narrow our sense of who is Estonian. So look at the communication messages and narratives, or if you look at the cultural and identity politics, then it's fairly useless. I've been defined as an historian myself. So the people who created Estonian Republic, if we look at their background, then they are quite complicated. But they saw themselves as Estonians. They did everything in Estonian, created the Republic of Estonia. If you look further back in history than many centuries, Estonia has been a country of mass migration. So this is part of our history. 19th century, when Estonian national identity was developed, was a bit quieter. But the rest of the time, we've had lots of people who come in and who have become Estonians. So this is something which has always happened. Now we should just continue it. It would not be anything new. Now education and education network plays an important role. So we could have a whole conference about it, but in order to fit within the time frame, then if you look at the history, then learning history at schools, then it's something we've talked about in the context of information war and Second World War. What are the children being told? That is, for example, monuments in a public space, which is also part of public education, taking these monuments away or erecting these monuments. Now let us imagine that we have a united Estonian schools, which is base of our movement, now has been born. All the children born in Estonia attend the same schools, they study in Estonian language, maybe not even regional, there are no difference, everybody's mixed. And everything is as we wanted to see it. Now it's a history lesson. So what these children are being told? Of course, it's not the propaganda of Kremlin, then we've managed to get rid of that. Let's look at the history textbooks. What is the story we can see? So the story more or less is that Estonians have lived here forever, and any other ethnic and cultural defined groups have planned a lot of evil things, have done that. They've infiltrated Estonia, they've been fighting against Estonians, and this is war and that is war, and there are lots of threats. And Estonians have been very brave and been able to fight their way through all of that. And you can imagine this classroom, we have Estonian children. And year on year, then background gets more and more complicated and colorful. There are some groups who has been a previous enemy in the history class. And some of the groups are part of the identity of their child. This is the origin of their parents or grandparents. So how would you feel? How would the teacher feel? And how would the children feel? The children of ethnic Estonians. So this is the narrative and this is the history lesson. This does not really take us forward. In Estonian history, there are a lot of things which we do not always acknowledge. That history is not something which is provided, it's an act of communication. So what is being taught to children in a history lesson is a choice. Amongst the multitudes of things which have happened, now we have a very small selection which is considered to be important to remember and to talk about. So one option is yes, indeed, we will stress about the armies of other people who have done lots of horrible things on the territory of the Republic of Estonia. So this has happened. But we have a choice. Are we stressing that or are we stressing something else? For example, how lots of people have come to Estonia and have all grown to be Estonians. So this is also an historical fact. So maybe we should stress that instead in the history lesson of a United Estonian School. So the discussion on the United Estonian School, one of the arguments has been that this has to be done because families are voting with their feet, so to say. So the families who speak other languages, they have put their children into Estonian language schools. So maybe we can just say that they are new Estonian families. But the fact is, children with other family languages, we see more and more in Estonian schools. Why do I discuss this? Because the same trend is also visible when it comes to considering yourself Estonians. Because we have new census data, and 10 years ago, these people who have been, let's say, the third generation Estonian, 11% of them said, I'm Estonian. But now, in comparative group, this percentage was 23, so it has doubled. Now, if we continue this trend, then in 60 or 70 years, then if somebody, yes, they know that their grandparents came to Estonia from somewhere else, but they are third generation, then they consider themselves to be Estonian, and this is natural. But the question really is that few generations which it takes, tens of thousands of people who will be excluded, who will not be accepted, who are therefore more responsive to propaganda, should we let this continue? Because in the United Estonian School, we have decided that we will not allow this to continue. So maybe considering who is Estonian and who is not, we should do things the same way. Education has a very big role to play. So all the people who are part of media on a daily basis have to face this fact that media is becoming yellower and clickbait is important. So in order for me to keep your attention, I have to reach the local media stars. Right now we're talking about the TV show Bachelorette, where there are a bunch of Estonian guys who are competing for the heart of a bachelorette. And amongst them, one of the guys was somebody who was 25 years old from Keeles, who was graduated from Tartu University, and his name was Emmanuel. Emmanuel, I enjoyed this very much. He made fun of his competitors in Estonian, but Emmanuel was born in Nigeria. So why do I talk about this? Because in one of the shows, there was a test given to the participants, was that they had to get on the stage and they had to be stand-up comedians and they had to make jokes about themselves. Emmanuel did very well. But there was one thing. It wasn't even that important, but in the mid-sentence he mentioned, he said that it's very difficult for him to make other Estonians to see that he's also an Estonian. And he was very fun and he was very smiley, but that was the moment where this smile disappeared. But we have more and more Emmanuels in Estonia. We have Sergeis. Volodymyrs, which is a Ukrainian name. We have more of those as well. And this continues because Estonia, again, has become a country for migration because Estonia is a good place to live. Estonian education system has more of Emmanuel, Sergeis and Volodymyrs. So if we talk about our Estonian system of education, including the Academy of Security Sciences, how we can all make sure that it'll be safer for us all if we look at the education narratives. One option is that the students have a willingness to become and consider themselves Estonians. And at the same time, we have to have this willingness to accept new Estonians and make them feel that they are really Estonians as well. So I have 35 seconds left, and thank you for attention.
Aitäh. Ole ja istu sinna, siis ma saan küsimused. No hoolimata sellest, et sa...
So I was looking at the faces. Everybody was very attentive. We have 10 minutes at lunch, which means that quick questions, quick answers. Leena, you used the term lifelong learning. It was included in your presentation. We discuss it widely, and it is implemented to a great extent. What do you actually mean by it? What does it mean? Are you able to explain, describe it?
I think that it is quite easy to say. We have to learn our life through. That's it. But in a way that when we talk about learning, and to my mind also related with lifelong learning, we quite often relate it with a kind of a formal system, formal education or formal work life. But in a way, to my mind, lifelong learning includes everything. And to make you a small example, if you consider yourself when you started your first grade, when you were 7 years old. I started mine in 1965. I guess many of you are much younger, but however, if you think about your school on that day, how was it? Mine had the chalk and the blackboard, and that's it. People sitting in a row. And if I think about equally many years ahead, almost 50 years ahead, sorry, more than 50 years ahead, so we are in 2070. And if I think about how much schools have changed and the life all in all has changed during these years, it's not so much about the learning itself. We understand learning as a process, maybe a little bit more learner-centered and collaborative and so forth nowadays. But the change that has happened in life is more brought to us by technological and other developments. And if you think, for example, your 30 years, and then how much you have been able to do, you have made a huge leap as a country and as a nation. If you think that and take that development and double it or triple it or quarter it, or how do you say it, so that because the speed of development, for example, in technology, is going on all the time. And that is actually what is causing us the demands for the change. But as I said in my presentation, technology cannot be considered out of the box. itself. It is related with all the things. So in that sense, whatever predictions or scenarios we have about life, I will think that the demand for learning is growing exponentially. So we are not revealed from that. And in that sense, lifelong learning is something that starts when we are born and when we are buried, or when we die, more likely. So in order to cope here, we just have to learn. It can be formal, it can be informal, but nevertheless, we have to do it.
aitäh, see on see üks
Thank you. So you need to exercise and learn even more as you get older. This is the new theory. Christian, you also included the image issue. I remember when the trust in police was 34%. Now it's 86, 85, something like that. Huge leap, huge advancement. Why? There's been a lot of conscious work behind it, but it's a fundamental, structural, mental shift. Well, on the one hand, the rise starts from generational change in police education, in police force. At one point, there was a situation where the majority of the people who had come from a different educational background left, and the best stayed, and many new people came, and the Academy of Security Sciences provided a completely different education to the younger ones. And the police institution has become self-critical and open, and when you make a mistake, you admit it, you explain it, and I think that also creates a lot of trust, that you are very transparent. The police institution is not closed. There are investigations that are closed, but not the organization. And the trust has remained very high and has been very stable. Lovely also spoke about very tough situations in recent past. You might think that would also undermine police trust, but it didn't. The traffic police scandal in Ida-Viru County that Lovely referred to, it didn't affect confidence much. All the superiors, everybody left the police force. But COVID time, public communication, well, 90 plus was pre-COVID trust. After COVID, post-COVID, it was 86. And that there was conscious undermining of police force, strong communication, and that affected and our confidence rates, and there was a slight decrease. So there was this communication attack on police. Government Information Defense Ministry will be established after the elections in spring, and you will become the minister. How about that? Well, great idea. Well, listening to your presentation, it was quite scary how open we are to all kinds of attacks. What would you do as a minister? Who would you teach? Where would you begin? I don't even need to become a minister. I think as a society, we need to understand that the most important years of shaping a citizen are spent in school. In future society, where we understand that these threats surround us anyway, hybrid threats or criminal threats, military threats, or simply the fact that our personal autonomy is fading away. It's our decision. What do we want? During the 20 years when we can affect young citizens, we are educating Estonians, presidents of the country, shopkeepers. What do we want the attitudes of these people to be like? How they see the world? Do we allow as a society for other people to infiltrate our personal space. This is a decision we need to take in the near future, because if we now don't start thinking about the technological future we desire and take decisions, then tomorrow it will be too late. I'm happy I'm not the minister. Well, who knows? Christian. We could have a separate training day on the topic you spoke about, but the question is complicated. You will walk out the door, look right, and see the biggest church erected in independence time, and the Pats statue was erected. And during independence, the first statue that was erected was for President Yeltsin. So these steps, are they conciliating us? Is it information war or what is it?
Ma Jeltsini bareljeefi taustaga.
So I'm not sure about this particular Yeltsin monument. Why was it there? Because this can be understood in different ways, as in part of reconciliation. So Russia as such, in long term, so the country on the territory of today's Russian Federation, we can't demonize that, because in history we can find a lot, and in Russian history we can find good things as well. So we should think about the politicians who've been friends at a certain stage of history. What concerns the Orthodox Church and building these churches, we know that the Ukrainian special services had to search a monastery in Kiev recently. And there was a good reason as well, because there are some foreign agents who were in the monastery, so that the enemy is trying to use orthodoxy, then it's not news. So I thought about what should we do about this. I don't really like churches in public space, but I understand many people are. And this is an orthodoxy, and a lot of people follow Orthodoxy who've been Estonians for 10 generations. We have people who are Lutherans and so forth. But once the church is there, then I don't think it should be demolished. So the difference in religions is that they all have the same God, slightly different traditions. I understand that the Orthodox churches have also different branches. They're fighting amongst each other. One is the Moscow, and then there's the Kiev branch. So if you're actually religious, then there should be no difference for you. Where is the administration? Because the belief is the same. And then we have another church in Toompea, in the old town. As an historian, I would say that our historical contacts with Orthodoxy is very old.
Aastad tagasi Kiievis käidi või käisime kauplema.
1,000 years ago, we went trading in Kiev, and a lot of people adopted this religion. They've found crosses in Estonia a lot, and so forth. There was an Orthodox saint called Olga. There was debated that she was actually from South Estonia. So he was from Pskov area, but that's quite likely that she was Estonian. So if we have Kiev administrated church, which is an Orthodox church, and then they think about Saint Olga, who perhaps was from South Estonia, that would be quite nice. And it could actually support our good relations, not really neutralize only, but support. So we want to help with the rule of law and everything else. So they don't have to. It doesn't have to be run from Kremlin. We know that this topic will be lasting for a long time. We'll be discussing it for a long time as well. And now we have time for lunch. So we'll meet again at 2 o'clock and then continue.
tere pärastlõunat.
Good afternoon. Let's start with the afternoon session. And I hope that among the viewers and the audience, there are some older people who remember the hit movie that has been screened now as well. For nostalgia, it's the French comic Louis de Funès, Man of an Orchestra. And our next speaker is a surprise guest, and there's no better way to describe him that he's a man like a full orchestra who wears many hats. His name is Alexander Popov, and Alexander now has the opportunity to introduce our afternoon session.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be shocked, lean back, relax. It's just a name. No occupation, only visiting. Just explaining, nowadays it's tough enough being born in the Soviet Union and growing up in the 90s Estonia. Thank you, Vladimir. Always good to be surrounded by security. Anybody who has a gun with them, chill, put it away. As it was mentioned, the orchestra part is not quite true. I don't know how to sing, though I try it every time I have a couple of beers to feel secure and find out that I still don't know how to. But it's not going to happen today. Relax. They told me to make some jokes, but it's an educational event, and education is a serious business. I know, especially if you work in the university. I just recently had a chat with my boss who claimed that, in academic work, you have to be serious. You cannot make jokes like in your official emails. He was referring to my last email. And I cannot agree with that because, if you're too serious, that's how you end up with introductions to theses which claim that in my thesis, I'm about to penetrate a paradigm. Why would you do that? It's a paradigm. Leave it alone. Let it be where it is. And B, do you have consent for penetration of the paradigm? It's 21st century. And it sounds fun up until the time you're the second reader of that thesis. And you're like, okay, I'm not big on penetrating paradigms. I can manage them, more or less. And then I write answers exactly like that. And then you get fired because you're not serious enough. But still, I'm trying not to be too funny because, tough times. Making jokes, you shouldn't do that. And by the way, if Ministry of Education is watching, I read about your plan to make Estonia mainly Estonian-speaking state. But I'm getting paid to speak in English, so don't deport me yet. And I love the new idea about the law. Not like we already don't have a law on the national language. We do. It's a fantastic law. I've tried to understand it many times, but it seems that you have to have more than one law degree to get it. And I shouldn't say that, but then again, I was born in this country, so what you gonna do? It's a bit difficult. Though I love the new plan about this taking down the foreign language advertisements in shopping centers. Let's finally close down Taiwan. They've been suffering long enough. They cannot manage on their own. Let's take the last clients away. It's going to be great. Though keep the wheel. I personally think that the wheel on top of T1, fantastic thing, for some security positions. Wink, wink. No hints. With the prices they charge for a ride, you better get a gun when you get on that. Just keeping country safe. Lovely. I read about the topics you've been discussing. Fantastic. I already feel much more secure in my position. Because I work as a high school teacher. That's a position that shouldn't have anything to do with guns. Not in this country. But then again, don't get me wrong. I love being a school teacher. Number one, everybody hates you. It's a fantastic gig. Like you wake up in the morning, you don't even have to open up Delphi to find out what you're doing wrong. Because parents have already discussed you in Facebook all night long. This is the cool thing about Estonian parents. Instead of talking to me as a teacher, nope, we're a digital nation. We're going to go online. We're going to create a specific post on someone else's wall, just for purposes of security. And then we're going to discuss the hell out of the topic, hoping that I will never find out. And then when I do, oops, almost penetrated the paradigm. Then when I find out about it, I'm just, okay, fantastic, I'm gonna try to do that. I recently got an email from a concerned parent. That was the title, concerned parent. I was like, I don't deal with parents. We have psychic help for that. And the parent was concerned that I don't understand their child, which I think as a teacher is a fantastic thing. I mean, I would be worried if I would get them. That means that I have not advanced enough on the paradigm of education to be a teacher, because if I'm still a kid, it's not very useful to be a teacher. I mean, we're discussing the same things. So I replied that how should I sort of advance? What should I know about your child? And they don't like your class. I'm like, oh, I know that. I understood that long time ago. I read the feedback. That's the other cool thing in academia, feedbacks. No, the ones that you're supposed to take after the class, because in some universities they will not let you to register for that other class you actually need to take. Feedbacks are great. I usually get two types of feedback. Number one, worst thing I've ever seen. I can relate to that. That's what my ex-girlfriend said. I'm okay. Don't know how to make it better, because I checked out the prices for plastic surgery. With the teacher's salary, it's going to take another 20 years, I guess. Or the other one, my personal favorite, it could have been longer. What exactly could have, like a school year, a class, my transformation into a human being? It's a very, very psychic thing. But then again, I get the point of the feedback. We need statistics. This country loves statistics. A small quiz. Anybody here remembers our former Prime Minister, Mr. Ansip? I love the energy. Don't worry, I don't have a problem. I loved him because he loved statistics. Though just like me, he didn't get it too much, but you know. It's always good to refer to it. Oh, we have statistics here. Fantastic. What does it say? Some numbers. You know, people put it together. It's a big thing in universities, collecting statistics. You know. Get your students to reply. What you're going to do with the statistics? Nothing. Technically, well, they're useful once in every 5 years when you get very important people from abroad, right? Some people know what I'm talking about. Coming over to determine whether or not you're actually a university. Like you might have a sign on the door, but every 5 years, it's like a followers collection contest. Like, I wonder what they're going to say this time. And it's always the same feedback. You are getting there. Oh, thank you. Fantastic. Any suggestions how we could do quicker? Keep on going. Oh, great. Which I get the pain of the people who have to come over to Estonia to evaluate universities in spring. It's cold. I mean, yes, we have history with Siberia, but we don't have to kind of repeat it on others every time. So that's why we get like, keep on going, do better. Fantastic feedback, completely useless, but at least it exists. And in the end of the day, paradigm has been penetrated. We have achieved the result. Everybody are happy. I think we should take the evaluation of the universities onto social media. OnlyFans, that's what I'm saying. Oh, hear me out, hear me out. I know, sounds awkward because we usually associate that particular platform with the form of business which is considered illegal in certain countries in the world. No reference to football at the moment. And yes, I feel sorry for Belgium. So you have to give it to football people. We lost, we're gonna burn down our hometown, that's gonna show them. And you have the other side, we won, well, let's burn something down as well, yo. And poor Argentina, hey, you're coming over thinking, we're gonna win, kaboom. We lost, they got a day off from school. No hints here, I'm not saying money was involved. Because soccer, as we know, completely impartial, not corrupt, form of sports. just like Estonian skiing. Oops, sorry. I read an interview with Mr. Verbalu today. I get him. Well, I don't get him, but this is the thing with Estonia. Like, another note I have to make. If somebody plans to run an organized crime network of smuggling certain drugs to skiers, how about not keeping a diary? Like, it's not very progressive if you write down what you're doing wrong. I mean, it's good for prosecution, not so good for your defense. It's not what I meant. Too late. I know I shouldn't have mentioned skiing because it kind of was a national sport. That was before the global warming. It's hard to ski if there is no snow. Then again, in Estonia, if anybody here is like me, trying to be a pedestrian on the streets of Tallinn. Now let's talk about this safety for a moment, okay? Number one, what's with the people who try to ski the whole year long? It's July out there and there's still some dude on skis attached to his rollerblades going, I'm preparing for what? Qatar 2026 skiing competition? Not gonna happen. Then again, being a pedestrian is cool. I recently developed a script for Hollywood, if anybody is interested. It's called The Pedestrian. And I've already picked the guy to play, well, not me, the pedestrian. It's obviously Liam Neeson. And the only man who has survived everything except Estonian traffic. Let's bring Liam over. We're gonna get at least 3 parts. Because he's done everything else. You cannot put the guy on a plane. Oh, it was Samuel L. Jackson, sorry. You cannot put him on a train. He finds the only corrupt lady in a carriage and ends up like shooting everything up for 90 minutes. Then again, with Elron, might be a good idea, who knows? Might get to Tartu quicker. And you can charge the price. 25 euros to have a ride of your lifetime. You never know, you might not get back. It's just a Tartu thing. But this pedestrian thing, the other option I had was the Netflix TV series. We can mix it up a bit. Dragons, pedestrians, tone it down on violence and interfamily relations. That would be good. Though it's a bit scary that people take this dragon thing a bit too seriously. I had a student recently who sent me an email asking that we'll be talking about dragons in the class. I'm like, sure. Let me go get my LSD stash and we can get straight to the dragons right after that. Because it's hard to explain to them that the things you see in the Game of Thrones, it's not real history, though sometimes it feels very real. You watch Game of Thrones, like, I read something about that in the news. Oh, which reminds me, I almost forgot. Please join me in congratulating Dua Lipa for becoming the national of Albania. I'm very happy for her. I'm not quite certain how it's going to help Albania, but Eurovision is coming up, so we need some help there. Estonia needs to import some singers. But we're going to see what's going to happen with the song competition. I personally hope that Estonia is going to win again because we need to build some new conference halls. But in the end, I'm going to let you be with the fantastic idea. One thing I miss in all of that is COVID. The digital teaching, that was great. I mean, you wake up, you have to put the camera in the right place so you wouldn't show too much. And just give your class. Fantastic, we should go back to that. And then, only thing, whenever we do the digital thing, we should have those private accounts there as well. Combine it with Patreon or something. So we just do a private class and you do an open class, and that's how security comes. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your conference. I'm going to leave you in peace now. Stop penetrating the paradigm. Thank you very much.
Aitäh.
Thank you, Alexander. And now we will continue with serious topics. Uwe Marquardt from the German Police College, and his excellent physical form that you're about to see is related to the fact that he was a parachuter and in special forces when he was younger. So why is a master's degree necessary for a German police chief? This is what we're discussing today, the pros of education in policing.
So good afternoon. Let me try to get you back into the soup coma after lunch. Because we are now getting serious again and are talking about science and police. Why do German police officers need a master's degree? Thank you very much. Also in my force, there are many people saying, why is that necessary? Why shouldn't we stick to the old academy system? And they even say it after many years that we do master's courses at our university. At first, let me introduce this university to you in a brief film, and then we go on with the presentation. So, I'll introduce you briefly to the German police system, then to our university. After that, I'll explain a little bit more in detail our master program at the GPU. And I want to reach far out and tell you something what should come after master and what could be ongoing and future tasks. We've heard about that already, so that would be the German input on that. Germany has 16 federal states and 3 federal police forces. The Federal Criminal Office, the Federal Police, former Border Police, and nearly nobody knows it, the Police of the German Parliament, which comprises only of 100 and plus officers. At the latest numbers, we have 313,000 police officers, sworn officers in Germany. As you can see here, there's still some leeway for women in police forces. I'm quite proud that we at least have now 30% female officers at our university in studying, but still it should be 50-50. You can see the numbers for state police, which are the biggest police forces in Germany taken all together, and the federal police forces. We have still some non-commissioned police officers that have neither a bachelor nor a master degree, but nearly all forces have now switched to a bachelor-master system. The 60% of the figures here in mid-management are our bachelor students. Mid-management means that these are also doing usual patrol service, and sometimes they only manage themselves or their colleague in the car, but still they have the education to go further on. Only 2% of all our police officers are in senior service, and they nearly all have to go through our university. Why is that so? We are working on European qualification framework level on the level 6 to 8. 6 is the bachelor level that is done by the academies in state and federal services. And we are an institution that is funded and paid by both these institutions, and we work on EQF levels 7 and 8, so master and doctorate. The German Police University has a lawful university status, so we are a fully approved and accredited university. We offer a standardized master's course, and that is the requirement for every police officer in Germany who wants to come into senior management. There are very few exceptions. For example, for people coming from the law branch, like I did myself. These people are getting a course at our academy, but they don't do a master's certificate because they already have the necessary qualifications on that level. We offer academic education for all senior police officer candidates. When they are already senior officers, they get further education at our premises. Of course, we are deeply involved in international cooperation regarding police education. Fortunately, also with the Estonian partners, so thank you for inviting me here. And we do also quite a lot of research in police-related sciences. We are working in a national network with all the institutions of our police forces. I don't go into detail about this. You can access the presentation later on, so you get all the information then. Our students gain a certificate as Master of Arts in Public Administration and Police Management. That means they study 2 years in full time with 3,600 contact hours, which is the equivalent to 120 ECTS points. The curriculum goes over all the relevant police topics like operations, leadership, public administration, and so on. But we also have some topics that are not that usual, for example, communications, social media, and so on. That is also is more and more asked for, and of course we try to deliver. Our graduates should be capable to lead major police units. They should be capable to lead police operations on silver and gold level. They should be able to work on a strategic level at ministries or police institutions. And they should be able to be involved in police training and education. So why do our senior officers need a master? Why couldn't it be just another form of education? At first, the formal aspects. We are following the Bologna Declaration and European educational system. And of course, if we do a bachelor, then we have to do a master also. But we feel that it's very important to have our people at eye level with management in the free market and also in public administration. We want to deliver the best education that our officers can get because the challenges are rising. And we feel that this requires a practitioner's approach, but also scientific background. And many young students of us, they told us, and also personally me, that they gained a out-of-the-box thinking, the possibility to have a wider view during these master studies. We want to prepare our people for upcoming challenges, and we've already heard quite a lot about this today. And of course, the public wants the best education for police officers to do the best job they can. I'm going a bit beyond the question of the presentation because we offer more and try to offer more. We've already heard the term lifelong learning, and it was also described, so I'm not going into detail into that. But we are offering for our senior police officers that already are in service seminars and conferences per year, and they are asked to come to our premises every few years. Of course, there's also educational service at their forces, but we add up to that. Some of the forces even put that into career development, so people have to come to our premises, have to study, have to do certified courses, topic-oriented or target group-oriented seminars to be able to get promoted, for example. So that either gives the opportunity or even forces people to learn, to stick up the mark. Research is a big topic for us. We see police science as a part of administrative sciences, and we try to develop that further on. We have quite a lot of projects, national-wise and also international projects, that you can find on our website. And here I have the figure from 2018 only. We were able to gain nearly 2 million euros for third-party funding. As of now, it's much more. I don't have the exact figures as of now, but this is also on the rising end. And I must say, from my perspective, we as police forces, or we as an institution for the police, there is also some leeway. So there could be much more research and funding. We offer 4 doctoral grades at the German Police University. These are German doctoral grades. It's the equivalent to a PhD, but not the same. We also offer it, depending on the doctoral father, to have a doctor in English language. So that is possible, but it's the German system still. So also something that might have to be developed in the near future. In regards to international cooperation, we are partner of the Erasmus Plus program and want to expand that. We do study visits and we take study visits, and of course also guest groups and individual visits. That is part of our daily business in the field of international cooperation. Apart from that, we begin to do field excursions abroad. So just last year we were asked to assess the Afghanistan National Police Academy. Well, due to some recent events, that hasn't been possible, but still that is also part of our portfolio. And of course, we have a lot of memoranda of understanding of contracts with partner universities and institutions, for example, with this fine institution. We are partner in a European Police Master Campus network, and the next conference is here tomorrow, with Finland, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Estonia, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, who are also offering master studies. And we are partner in CEPOL, in the Middle European Police Academy, which is a German-speaking network with 9 partner countries, and within the Association of European Police Colleges. Ongoing and future themes, and this is just an excerpt of that, of course. Countering cross-border crime, I think that is self-explaining. Also, how to deal with the role of social media. That is something we are in a national conference, and we are organizing that on the role of social media. And we also have a certified course for people in the police, how to deal with that. Also, policing traffic and especially automotive IT is something of rising interest. But especially when it comes to automotive IT, we need new European laws, and that is hard to gain because there are so many stakeholders going in different directions. Artificial intelligence, I think that is also self-explaining, so I'm not, due to the time, I'm not going too much into detail here. Democratic resilience. This is something that is of great concern of German police forces because we've had some cases recently with German police officers being in online digital networks, sharing right-wing content, abusing, discriminating content. So the question also for the German public is, are these formal networks or are these people sharing things? Whatever it is not acceptable, and we have to do something about that. So to raise value consciousness and how to have a democratic police force is something that is of paramount interest for us. Further internationalization and the development of additional master programs. At the moment, we have at our university this one master, and this is the only one that gives you the right to go into a senior police service. But we've been asked by our board of directors to develop other master programs. These are about democratic resilience and public governance. Police and digitalization is another possible topic for a master, and an international master for which I'm responsible. The target group could be. As of now, it's a plan. It's not put into action, and it has to be agreed if it comes. But we target future leaders and specialists from all European law agencies, and maybe even beyond that, for international positions, either in the EU or above that. The students should be able to study relevant topics in a network, also liaise over their own country. This would be a 60 ECTS master with 1,800 contact hours within 2 years in blended learning. So it could be done next to the job. Starting date could be 2025 or 26, depending on partners that we ask for, and of course accreditation and whatever has to be done. So that nearly ends my presentation. So I've got a few minutes left. To wrap it all up, my statements are: law enforcement is very often working with established parameters. So they are saying, we have done that before, it has worked, we are doing it further on. We think that doesn't work anymore, because we have rising and new forms of crime and threats for inner security. We see it actually, Ukraine was mentioned many times. We have these threats against cyber things like a few weeks ago, the German Bundesbahn was attacked. Nobody knows who it was, but of course there are speculations. And so all these threats, all these crime matters have to be tackled. And therefore we need thinking out of the box. We need to think in the future, and therefore we need senior police officers who can do that on an operational and strategic level. So that ends my presentation, and I'm open for questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Hämmästäv, aga...
It's amazing, but in Uwe's presentation, I noticed that the term social media was actually used. And this is going to be probably part of our future as well. Let's become even more international. Kimmo Himberi is an international man. For a long time, he's worked for the Finnish police and also the dean of the Finnish Police Academy, but has also assisted many countries. And this is going to be this new method. This is a new effective method to how to assist these countries where the police is still under development. And I think that there's a lot of works to be done, so the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. All speakers have referred to the music. I would just need my sidearm and a couple of criminals and run after them. the atmosphere is just suitable. I was asked to talk about, with the title Developing Security Education Across Borders, Twinning Project as a vehicle. We could also call Twinning Project as a bridge between governances and between organizational cultures. I can skip my own presentation. Raul, you did it already. Thank you for that. I regret very much that I cannot avoid saying a few words about European Union foreign policy. Can a man become more bureaucratic than this? But this is important. I mean, there is a lot of joking about European Union and European cooperation, of course, but we have to admit, we cannot avoid admitting that many European societies actually, in global terms, are quite successful. Many of us live in good countries with good governance. European Union is very highly value-based. I think we always need to remember that the European Union actually was built on the ruins of Europe after the Second World War. It is the most successful peace project in the world ever. European mainland has lived in peace for 80 years, and it has never happened in history before. It is most unfortunate that there is an ongoing war in Europe again, but as we know, the threat doesn't come from within anymore. European Union foreign and security policy aims to resolve conflicts, and it aims to improve international understanding. I wish to emphasize again, European Union is highly value-based. We emphasize diplomacy, we emphasize respect for international rules, for human rights, and of principles of freedom. Very often, European Union cooperation supports other countries, first who are coming out of conflicts, first with military crisis management, then with civilian crisis management, and ultimately by supporting administration building and governance building. Twinning projects are not always the third step in this scheme, but sometimes they are and sometimes they have been in the past. I presume not all of you are familiar with the concept of twinning, so I need to look a little bit in what is the twinning mechanism. It is a European Union instrument for institutional cooperation, and I wish to emphasize the word cooperation from the beginning. Twinning is not about dropping wisdom from a country which is above to another country which is below. Twinning is always about cooperation. And it's cooperation between EU member state public administration and with a beneficiary of or partner country administration. We support the development and the target countries, the so-called beneficiary countries, are often candidate countries to the European Union or neighborhood countries. And European Union neighborhood has to be understood very broadly. Some twinning beneficiary countries these days are in Latin America, for example. The purpose of the twinning mechanism is to make experts in similar administrations to work together and to exchange experiences, typically using cooperative mechanisms, peer-to-peer activities. And the purpose is to transfer good governance and support administrative reforms. And once again, something that I wish to emphasize, to distribute stability in countries and in the world. There are other mechanisms in the European Union. There is a so-called twinning light mechanism. There is a TAIEX mechanism. I won't go into details with these. Just a few principles of the twinning mechanism. The beneficiary, the receiving administration, is typically a public administration unit which has the necessary staff, necessary amount, necessary competence of staff to learn. And the Commission uses a very good term, absorption capacity. I will return to the concept of absorption capacity later on. It is important. The partner institution or institutions are similar institutions in EU member states. We have, as an example, had already several joint twinning projects between Sisekaitseakadeemia and Police University College. In the latest, we have had other partners as well, Leena's JAMK, University of Applied Sciences, sorry, and others. The beneficiary country and beneficiary institution has to let its own staff to work in these projects. And it's very, very important that the beneficiary country expresses real, authentic commitment to the goals of the project. Once again, twinning is not a one-way assistance mechanism. It's a shared commitment, a collaborative exercise. As I mentioned, Sisekaitseakadeemia and the Police University College have had shared projects with the aim of developing internal security education in other countries. During the past 10 years in Kosovo, for example, Willard and colleagues, Skender, are very familiar to us already. And recently we worked together in Albania in a similar project. We need to ask, is it possible to export something in these kinds of fields? Is it really possible to export good governance through internal security education? Based on these experiences, I would immediately respond, yes, it is possible. We can export knowledge, we can export skills, but referring to what has been said earlier today, rather surprisingly, it is also possible to learn to share the same values, the same attitudes, the same motivation factors. And I will return to this in a minute. There is a very strictly regulated mechanism on how twinning projects are planned and how they are being implemented. There have to be always a set of so-called mandatory results, the real goals of the project, which can be measured or assessed properly. Typically, a twinning project is divided into components which correspond to the expected results. And how the project is then implemented. Various ways. We can have shared workshops, we can have real practical training, real lectures, we can have expert missions in one direction and the other, from the beneficiary country to the partner countries and vice versa. We can have study visits, we can arrange internships, and so on. Learning by doing, sharing best practices is the way. The initiatives to start a twinning project is always with the beneficiary country. We cannot go to another country and say, we think you need proper internal security education. No, it is the beneficiary country who identifies a need, a field of improvement, and prepares an initiative for a twinning project. Currently, in the so-called twinning pipeline, I just checked yesterday the Commission web pages. Currently, there are 43 project calls in a vastly wide area of public administration, all in all in 20 countries. And to illustrate the scale of the project, the proposed budgets for these 43 projects is between 200,000 and 4.2 million euros. Twinning projects are not minor exercises. They are long-lasting, extensive exercises of development. Twinning projects are mostly implemented in so-called consortia. A consortium is typically formed with 2 or more relatively similar institutions in 2 or more member states. I wanted to include this middle title now, personal experiences. I wish to emphasize strongly that these are subjective views and subjective opinions. They are not based on formal assessments. A few different perspectives. Firstly, cooperation. The Commission used the term absorption capacity, and it is indeed important. Personally, I think one of the keys to success is that there is genuine willingness in the beneficiary organization to receive a transfer of good governance. There has to be a strong will to improve. A twinning project cannot and must not be glued on the front page of the annual report. It will not succeed that way. And it is a fact that the strong will is needed not only in the institution itself, but also in the upper managerial and political levels in the beneficiary country. This is unfortunately extremely difficult to assess when planning a project. But here in the front row, we have gentlemen from an organization which is a textbook example of an institution that seriously wanted to improve, and the results can be seen. My experience is that irrespective of the beneficiary country, it is quite straightforward to work with expert staff. It's often surprisingly easy, even if we come from different cultures. my personal opinion is that they are people who have found their way to an expert profession. They are very similar everywhere. They have a certain level of ambition. They want to improve on an individual and a team level, institution level. It's very nice, actually, to work with colleagues in other countries. Of course, just like back home, I mean, not home, but in my home institution, well, at home there is a certain resistance to change also, but I meant my workplace. It's always there, of course, but it can be tolerated. It is understandable. It sometimes happens that there are organizational processes underway, often politically motivated processes underway in the beneficiary organizations, and these may be counterproductive in relation to the goals of the twinning project. In an ideal world, these kinds of changes would be coordinated with a twinning project, but it doesn't happen always. And for the experts who work in a twinning project, it is sometimes quite difficult. Another perspective, the perspective at my home organization. And now I don't want to talk about any other country than my own mother country, Finland. It is a fact that there is no broadly accepted, clearly defined policy towards twinning projects in the Finnish public administration. And thereby, the value of the twinning projects is not, unfortunately, always understood. Project management in twinnings is demanding, and unfortunately, the extra effort of work falls to personnel and financial unit staff who are typically not rewarded of that in any way. The experts are rewarded because they can travel to interesting places and they are even paid extra for that lot. So the administrative people need at least a thank you from the experts now and then. My experience is that for the middle management, it's always most difficult to run these kinds of projects because they have to give their experts away to somewhere where they cannot see the benefit. The middle management members cannot see the benefit. A third perspective, the partnerships. We have always had the wonderful benefit of being able to work, for example, with our Estonian colleagues, with whom we work anyway, in many other ways. We know the people, they know us, we have common processes, common procedures, very easy to work. This is beneficial for the projects, definitely. But these long twinning projects also deliver an improved cooperation because during the years that the project takes, we learn a lot more from each other. And then finally, last but not least, the perspectives on individuals. Individuals will always learn from these projects. Not only the people in the beneficiary institution, but also the people in the partner institutions. It's a wonderful benchmarking exercise. There are not too many opportunities to gain international experience, so being able to become invited to work as a short-term expert in a twinning project provides this opportunity. A kind of benchmarking exercise. And then the international experience gained. And I have seen many, many times where an individual's self-confidence and self-esteem have improved considerably with this project. Just a few remarks to summarize. Twinning projects reflect European values, bringing stability, developing good governance. This value should be seen on national level. Twinning projects may result in major improvements in the beneficiary organization, once again, not only on the knowledge and skills level, but also on values, attitudes, and motivation level. But it takes the absorption capacity, it takes the strong will to improve. And on an individual level, the projects improve professionalism and expert self-confidence. My Kosovar colleagues may forgive me that I'm using a picture from Albania to end. Thank you very much.
Aitäh, Kimmo.
Thank you, Kimmo. Twinning in Estonian is mestimine. This word needs to be introduced in Estonian some more. And I understand that what took place here in the 90s, also in other areas, was exactly the same thing. And for example, as an old TV guy, I can say that we were twinned in the 90s and it was quite successful, so that went well. But now let's look at the subjects of this process. The next presentation will come from Viljar Putugi and Skender Akai. Skender will give the presentation. It's a very high-level presentation. Viljar is a professor in Kosovo, and Skender works in the External Relations Department of Kosovo Academy for Public Safety. And Kosovo was also given as an example where the twinning project in Kimmo's eyes has gone successfully. So the floor is yours.
Honorable participants, thank you very much for this introduction and also for the invitation from the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences to the Kosovo Academy for Public Safety to take part in this international conference. For me personally, for about 5 months, there will be 10 full years that I was until now for the first and last time visiting your institution. And it was on the time when, as Professor Himberg mentioned, when we were implementing the first EU-funded twinning project. This presentation was done by our professor of the Faculty of Public Safety and also a member of Kosovo Judicial Council, Viljar Putugi, and me. I would like to apologize, for maybe using a lot of statistics and data, but we have thought that through the quantity explained, we will also try to give a perspective also on the quality that has been achieved during the process. So the presentation will contain some very basic data on our country, the phases of institutional development, the current situation, the external cooperation, including the national and international one, and also how we do make aware the public on the education of public safety institution. So our country has declared independence on early 2008. It is a bit less than 1/4 or quarter of Estonia, and has about half or 50% more population than Estonia. Just for in the wider context, it will be easier also to understand our concept of public safety education in Kosovo. So these are the stages that we have started our institutional development. You can imagine that in 1999, after the war here, the police forces haven't had at all a good or positive reputation. So we, together with our international partners, have worked really a lot in order to bring back this trust to the population. The emergency phase started from 1999 until 2001, and as you can see, the Department of Police Education and Development of the OSCE mission in Kosovo, together with U.S. Department of Justice, the ISITAP program, started the first vocational training for our police, on that time for Kosovo Police Service. The duration of the training was extended gradually from 6 weeks until 12 weeks, and it finally was 20 weeks in the transition phase that started from 2002 until 2006. The history of our institution is told to be a similar one with the history of our country, meaning that the competencies were gradually transferred from internationals to locals. It also included the change of the name from Kosovo Police Service School to Kosovo Center for Public Safety Education and Development. And I guess nobody else or not any other institution rather than here in Estonia doesn't understand this concept of providing education to more than one public safety institution. So we were then extended to provide training also before, except of police, to customs and corrections. The transfer phase lasted from 2006 until 2007. And finally, after the independence, we have our institution was part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. But after it, we started in close collaboration and cooperation with our international partners. As I mentioned, first of all, the OSCE mission in Kosovo and the U.S. Department of Justice, ISITAP, to think seriously about a reform that has to be happen. And it was the EU office in Kosovo who made the project Fichet for the EU-funded the twinning project from 2012 until 2014 that was implemented by Finland and Estonia, as Professor Himberg mentioned. And also we had another second in a row EU-funded twinning project also implemented by Finland and Estonia. As regarding the first EU-funded twinning project, we have done a considerable a reform or upgrade of our educational system in public safety and security. As a result of the huge work that has done from the experts of Finland and Estonia, the public safety institutions, and of the academy, we achieved to have a 4-year bachelor level study program for all public safety institutions, and it was from 2014 until 2022. In the first 3 semesters, the students had to undergo on the same courses, whereas from fourth semester they were divided into these 4 branches. Just some photos to illustrate that huge work that we have done with our partners from Finland and Estonia on that time. Whereas as regarding the second EU-funded twinning project from 2016 until 2019, its first component was exclusively dealing with validation of the vocational training curricula for all 6 public safety agencies. It gave a huge contribution to CAP's bachelor degree program, or the reaccreditation of the study program, including a feasibility study for Prospera's master degree in this field. And also it was established the Institute of Research and Development. As regarding the current situation, as a result of that work that we have done together with our partners from Finland and Estonia, we have achieved to have well-organized and strategically oriented internal system of education. So this is our organizational chart, including the pillar of higher education, the Faculty of Public Safety, and the pillar of vocational training, the Department of Training and Educational Support. So far in the academy, there are working 146 civilian staff employees, and almost 1/3 of them are women. So just to talk about this interinstitutional cooperation. So if you hear the word of Kosovo Academy for Public Safety, you have always to make an association with 6 public safety institutions to whom we provide both vocational training and higher education. They belong to 3 different ministries of the government of Kosovo. We provide these types of training courses with the help of the work that we have done together with our Finnish and Estonian partners, whereas we have developed or validated through the national qualification framework that is based on the European qualification framework, all the vocational training for all 6 public safety institutions, and they belong to, as you can see, to 4th and 5th level of national and also the European credit system for vocational education and training. We have been maybe learned to make reforms from our international partners, and in last year we have cut it down the study time from 4 to 3 years bachelor of the Faculty of Public Safety. Also, the criteria for the public safety officers to enter to the system is to have at least 3 years of working experience in their relative institutions. Together with Professor Himberg and also with other experts from these 2 countries. I have to mention here also your former rector, Mr. Lauri Tabur. We have defined also the mission, vision, values, and strategic objectives on that time, and our development strategy and action plan will end this year, and we will have it the next one for the next term starting from the next year. This is our infrastructure that is seen from the bird perspective. Just some facts about the number of those who were attending training courses and the number of training courses that the participants were attended. You can imagine that, as I was telling you in the beginning, immediately after the war, it was the rapid need of distribution of security forces, especially the police, on the ground. Whereas by passing the time, the years, we have decreased the number of those who were initially entered into the system, and we have worked very much on professionalization of the different branches of public safety institutions. We have also paid a particular attention to the quality assurance, and as a result of it, our academy has overpassed since 2014 in different types and also different number of accreditation and validation processes, including the accreditation of higher education, of the vocational training, and also the international accreditation. When we are at this, I just wanted to give you a description that was from the United States Department of Justice, that our academy last year has received the so-called Award of Excellence from the IADLEST, the International Association of the Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training. It is the second academy in the world, apart from one academy in the United States, that have been granted with the Award of Excellence as a result of the second accreditation or the re-accreditation from the IADLEST. We have also been able to further extend and even to formalize our external cooperation, starting with cooperation with some institutions within the country. Then I was telling you that our main international partners internally in Kosovo are the OSCE mission in Kosovo and the ISITA from the US Department of Justice. We have had one of the first presentations from Mr. Alexandru about the CEPOL. Kosovo has achieved to sign a so-called working arrangement with CEPOL in March 2017. And we are also a member of other associations and networks that deal with education in different branches of the public security and safety. This is as regarding our formalized bilateral cooperation. So as you can see here, we pay a particular attention to the cooperation with similar institutions in the region of Western Balkans, but as a result of of those two EU-funded twinning projects, we have achieved to sign cooperation agreements and to realize, to implement them also with different institutions in Finland and Estonia, as you can see in this slide. We have also took part and use the benefits of different European programs, such as the Erasmus Plus program, and we have also hosted and organized different events of international character, not to mention here all of them. As a result of our cooperation with the Erasmus Plus program, so far, until this year, starting from 2016, we have achieved to exchange in total ongoing, incoming and outgoing 105 people who were part of, like, students, academic and administrative staff. I have to mention here, since I'm at the Sisekaitseakadeemia, the 8 students of Faculty of Public Safety of our academy who are for 4 years have completed a semester in this academy. Whereas excluding the participation in the webinars, these are the data of participation of Kosovo law enforcement officers in the CEPOL different activities on capacity building. These figures have been shown graphically, and you can see that pandemics, as also it was mentioned before, it has played its role in 2020, but we have continued to keep also the same a trend of inclusion of our law enforcement officers that come again. Here we have to use that skill of us in interconnection of the different institutions, because there are participating police officers, judges, prosecutors, officers from customs, tax administration, and so on. Just some photos to illustrate the different international activities that we do. Just to connect in the very end of my presentation with the main topic, so how the security indicates in the education and education in the security through the raising of the awareness of population, and especially of different parts of the society of in our country. As a result of it, we have achieved to have these kind of events in our academy. The main aim of all those activities that you can see in this slide is for the public opinion and different segments of society to be familiarized with the work that we do there in the academy, but also what is more important, with the work of the public safety agencies that they do to keep Kosovo safe and secure. Just a few photos to illustrate of all these activities. I put also in the very end the sources, a few of the sources that we, together with Professor Willard, prepared this presentation. I see that I'm about to the time to finish, so I would like to thank you very much for your attention in the and I guess now if you have any question or comment, you will be more than welcome to do so. Thank you very much.
Tore oli sellist edulugu kuulata.
It was good to hear about this kind of success story, but let's move on to questions. Uwe? If you think about your vision of the future a little bit, so what kind of types of crime would perhaps be the upcoming trends in Germany, and how it's possible to respond to this challenge with education, how fast this response is possible? In Estonia, we have the e-infrastructure, and that means that there's a lot of cybercrime sites which can be attacked because we have a lot of e-economy. But how are things in Germany?
Well, actually, it's near the same. Especially a pandemic has shown a rise in e-criminality and cybercrime. Apart from that, we have some very unfortunate developments in regards to child pornography and all these things, also often via the internet. So these are issues of main concern.
But when it comes to the education, how do you respond it through the education? Do you look at the trend and then you change your curriculum, or how does it work?
Sorry, that is one aspect, how we tackle that. The other aspect is that we have more and more programs to get police officers trained in countering e-criminality, and we gain personnel that comes from the IT branch into the police. So we try to tackle it with that, also with technical means that we are developing. We have, especially when it comes to child pornography, we have special commissions against these threats, and simply we put resources in it. That is the main thing. Always when you have a new crime development, then you have to put resources, be it personnel, money, technical means and so on it. And that is what happens right now. But of course, and that is one of the reasons why I lectured about the necessity to look forward. Sometimes we are running a bit behind. So classical police work is there comes the crime first and then the police responds. And we should change that. So I think we should really foresee predictive policing is one of the matters that is of interest, but I think it only covers a part of that. But we have to foresee the future and we have to act, not to react. That is, I think, very much important.
Te rõhutasite
So you stressed that you're carrying out a lot of courses for the police officers who get extra training. And they go for continuous education programs every other year or so. How efficient is it and how many police officers are involved? Because it's a huge amount of work to provide continuous education.
Yeah, it is ambitious. We haven't trained enough as of now because it requires a lot of training, special training. The classic police education doesn't go into cybercrime, so that is a whole new branch, to say so. That's why we try to get specialists from outside the police into these fields. And I think we have to find also ways to use artificial intelligence and such for police matters. But as I said, I think there's much leeway to do more. And as so often, the dark fields, so the areas that we don't know of, I think they are bigger than we think as of now. We have seen that with also with child pornography. If you get into it, then you find more and more and more. For example, EncroChat, these encrypted chat groups that were found via Europol and also with partner countries like, for example, the German Federal Criminal Office, that led to so many cases that we simply will have to work like 10 years on such. So it also becomes, it's not only a fight against the special crime, but it's also a fight to get the right resources. And on the long run, I think we will not be able to do that with personnel. We have to find other ways. And to search the internet, there might be the way to use artificial intelligence, to use robot police, whatever. Yeah. So this is something we really have to think like 10 years or more ahead.
Innovatsioonile on siin palju ruumi.
So there is a lot of room for innovation. Kimmo, you have had experiences from many countries. What is the hardest when it comes to the twinning projects? Would it be, for example, historical or cultural background of the countries, or the religion, or this certain type of background which you need to be aware of and you need to learn beforehand? So what does your experience say? How can you overcome this kind of difficulties?
The question, or at least the answer, may be a little bit sensitive. There are certain political sensitivities in this also. My first twinning experience was from a project that we delivered in Estonia, surprisingly. It was really tough because we are so similar. Well, frankly speaking, it is the major difficulties are in beneficiary institutions where the political influence is very visible. I have never done projects in ministries in other countries, but I would imagine that the ministry where the leader is a political person, it would be particularly challenging. you here in Estonia and we in Finland and colleagues in many other countries are used into a democratic system where the political leadership and civil servants are quite clearly separated from each other, and politicians do not influence to administrations directly. But of course, there are different cultures in this respect, and when politics and political divisions change in the country, it can sometimes change also just suddenly without any expectation the administration culture in the beneficiary institution, and that makes delivering a twinning project quite difficult because you cannot be prepared to it. You don't know what the new expectations are, perhaps, and as I referred in my presentation, the expectations from the political level can be different from what was defined in the beginning of the project.
Oskad sa nimetada mõningaid?
Are you able to mention some clear success projects that you feel that indeed this project went really well?
This is difficult because when I nominate one or two projects a success, I may simultaneously say that others were not as successful. but since I have Skender here with me and Willard sitting there, I can say that especially the projects in Kosovo were very successful because the absorption capacity of CAPS was excellent, and there was a very strong will for the change.
Thank you very much. So this means that I can move on to Skender. And as Kimmo mentioned you as one of the successful projects, so everything what was done, did it actually meet your expectations? So to which extent it accelerated your transition so that you improved your structure? Because we have seen some transitions, we have seen them in Estonia, so you know what it means.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Maybe different countries in the Western Balkans have decided to make reforms or to upgrade the educational system in public safety in different ways. What I can say from my own experience, in 2016, I took part in about 5 round tables in Montenegro, in a country that is our neighbor. And they have decided to have some reforms based on some meetings from the former Yugoslav republics, like similar institutions, to make such kind of reforms. Whereas when speaking about us and Albania, as Professor Himberg mentioned, we have chosen a different way, and I totally agree with him that the wish has to come from the beneficiary country, from us who would need to further develop and upgrade the system. Of course, we have had challenges. We were lucky that the politics has haven't been involved, but on the contrary, they have just shown support to us on that time. Another challenge was also the management of the different public safety institutions, to make them think on the same way for something that is being upgraded, or that is going on the like higher level. So yeah, basically we have benefited a lot. Just to summarize from our partners, and we were also very lucky that it was a huge support from all of the international partners that were present in Kosovo. Professor Himberg most probably can remind of the so-called steering committee meetings of the twinning project, where everybody was on table, apart from the, of course, public safety institutions and the implementers of the project, also representatives from the EU office, from the OSCE mission in Kosovo, and the others.
Were you skeptical at the beginning that from somewhere in a small countries in the north there are people coming who do not know anything about your local situation, so who is not aware of your conditions? So when did you overcome this kind of question, or when did you see the attitude change?
First, to be honest, in the beginning, the terminology that was used by Professor Himberg in his presentation, we didn't have a clue. So what is a short-term expert? What is a mandatory result? And so on. But you can imagine that the experts from Finland and Estonia were staying for the in the first EU-funded twinning project for 2 years. And in the end of the first twinning project, I can say that we have been really very much familiarized even with terminology, because you can imagine, you mentioned also the cultural differences, even in the translation, maybe the word, let's say, that is something very basic in the content point of view. The word curriculum isn't being maybe even translated or even understood on the same way how is in, let's say, in our native language, in Albanian, in Estonian, in Finnish, or in English. So yeah, there have been some points that we really were skeptic about, but with huge work that has been done, particularly from the short-term experts from Finland and Estonia, but also from our experts, local experts in Kosovo, we have achieved to have very, I would say, sophisticated first of all, bachelor level study program, but also then standardized according to the highest European standards vocational training for all the public safety institutions in the country.
Aitäh.
Thank you very much. I would also like to thank Kimmo for what he said at the beginning, that he mentioned the EU as a big value project and the world's history most important safety project, which has guaranteed peace for a long time. It's important to remember. But now there is one silly question I would personally like to know, because before we talked about the impact of TV series, as Christian mentioned it, that it impacts the awareness of the young people. So I'd like to know, in the European films, in Germany you have this railroad program. If the police goes and knocks and asks if they can come in. In American films, the police is behind the door and they out there with the guns blazing. Is it films are different, or is the crimes are different?
Well, if I may,
yeah,
it's a question for all of us.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of an interesting question because we just some weeks ago we've had a delegation from Atlanta PD in Georgia State from the USA, together with colleagues from the Georgia State University. And as the head of the police delegation was also a former SWAT member, we talked a lot about this issue, about gun violence and so on. Well, and he said, when we are on patrol, we are usually alone. So in Germany, it's a standard, you never go out alone. There is an exception for motorcycle police officers, but in general, you are 2 persons at least on a police patrol car. They go out alone. And they go out and they always have to be aware that the other people have guns. And that changes everything. And so he said, well, we go out and we have to be aware of a shooting every time. In Germany, that is not the case, fortunately.
Suur tänu, ma sain palju asju selgem.
Thank you very much. It clarified a lot. As a TV guy, it was interesting for me to hear. So thank you very much. We have run over time a little bit, but that's all fine. We'll meet again at 4 p.m. There's a coffee break, and if you go at home, go and visit your fridge. The smoothie, which is out there, is really nice. So we'll meet again at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Tere jälle.
Welcome back. We have an hour left of a serious panel discussion. I don't know how serious, but we'll see. So now we need to keep to the time. I am very grateful to the speakers who have very nicely kept to the allotted time. Now, Ülle Matsin, Tarmo Meelits, Kristina Kallas, Jüri Saar will join us in the panel discussion. And the first speaker, I ask Kristina Kallas to take the floor, who has long-term education experience working as the rector in Narva, and now she is a politician. She has been with us for quite many hours already, listened to the presentations, and I'm sure she has her own impressions and understanding. So what did you hear? What did you see? Why don't you share this with us?
Suur tänu.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in the panel. I still feel I am a societal scientist, not a politician. Well, the elections are in March. It's time to learn to be a politician. But here I'm more of a social sciences expert, and I listened to the conference. We heard a lot about security in education on higher education level. It was very interesting for me because I don't have much experience with this specific areas specifically, but I started thinking that the highly educated specialists who graduate this school and the other schools that were introduced in the presentations will have to deal with the societies they are trained for. to ensure security and safety in these societies. And the specificities of these societies, where the internal or external security risks in these societies arise from, are different. The Finnish or German internal and external security risks are different from the ones in Estonia. So I started thinking that I would take 5 minutes to speak about how I understand our gaps in the education system that cause problems in internal and external security. And I would also take the opportunity to quote you, Raul, because it's a nice introduction to the idea that I've had in my head for a while. Raul once quoted in summary what the Estonian Human Development Report says about the population, and the quote went something along the lines of Estonia is well-educated, a country of well-educated poor women and lowly educated wealthy men. And this is a serious problem in internal security, because this is where the concerns arise that we are exposed to in society, domestic violence, alcoholism, unemployment, why not all of us can enjoy the security we would like. To some extent, it has to do with the Estonian society that is still in a certain stage of development. So the people, or this part of the society that currently does not feel secure enough, are not standing on their 2 feet and are not able to follow along with the societal processes and fall into risk behavior, have received their education in Soviet era. And the impact of the Estonian education system on them is difficult to assess, but still, every year about 2,000 young people fall out of the education system, and it's boys, close to 89%. So 1,800 boys basically do not continue their education after secondary education. And according to the last census, when it comes to 20 to 24-year-olds, the share of people with secondary education was 24%. That's very high. What is secondary education? That's going to school for 9 winters. And that's a bit more than my grandmother, who went to school in the war era for 7 winters. But in current society, you cannot do much and ensure your welfare with 9 years of education of secondary school. So this also means a lower number of years of healthy life. Compared to Sweden, Estonian men's healthy life expectancy is 20 years shorter. And it's not all about education system, but we have very high dropout rate from secondary education, boys dropout rate from secondary education. This is a big issue for internal security and must be resolved, because that's where the problems for internal security start. So the gender gap in education is considerable in Estonia. It's not specific only to Estonia, it's quite typical of all Central and Eastern transition countries. Something else that's specific to Estonia is regional educational inequality. Estonia is biased to Tallinn, Tartu a bit. The accessibility of education in other regions is worse, and as a result, the boys who drop out of the education system usually drop out outside of Tallinn and Tartu. And the last topic that in the specific to Estonia and doesn't characterize other Central European countries is the national language divide also in the education system. Christian gave a presentation about it earlier, and without explaining the background to foreign guests, in Estonia we still in the education system have a division of Estonian language schools and Russian language schools, and the differences come from the Soviet era, and in 30 years we've not been able to reform this. So the Russian-speaking population goes to the same education system network that was built for them in the Soviet era. And this is a serious problem for us. It causes a big national and language segregation, and not only the gaps I listed, gender and regional gaps, they all fall into the national language divide, because Russian-speaking youth, the probability of boys dropping out is even higher, and them falling out in Ida-Viru County, which is Russian dominated, is even higher. So in one region, we have all of these things coinciding. So you can imagine geographically, this region is close to Russia. It's right next door to Russia. There are fewer than 20% of people who live there who speak Estonian as a mother tongue, and that's a foreign security risk. This region and the educational divide in this region is an external security risk, but for some reason politically we have not acknowledged it sufficiently, and how important of an external security risk it is. And I liked in one presentation, I think it was Uwe's from Germany, where he said democratic resilience, that the population, despite the divides in society, is still able to retain a democratic position and value space. And this is an issue that we in Estonia have not acknowledged sufficiently, that in these Russian-speaking language schools and regions, we don't need to only teach Estonian language, because you can use proper Estonian grammar to tell the Estonian state off and be enthusiastic about the Russian regime. No, it's about democratic values, European values, carrying those values forward. Even if it's done in Russian language, then that is more important of a factor in achieving democratic resilience than the language in which we ensure it. So in Estonia, we have focused on language, but the issue is about the mindset. And my takeaway from this conference is the concept of democratic resilience, because the information space we currently exist in affects our resilience and resilience of democratic values and keeps testing them. Are we able to stand by our democratic values or not? This is being challenged all the time. And if we cannot educate and raise the next generations in democratic resilience, then we have lost in both internal and external security. Thank you very much. Ulla, I think it's over to you now. Ulla is the head of the General Education Department at the Ministry of Education, and you can respond to what Kristina said and also speak about Ukraine as well. We have a new situation in education in connection with refugees from Ukraine. Thank you. I'm happy that in the course of today's conference, we heard a lot about education shaping attitudes, and Kristina also referred to retaining, preserving democratic values, and that we can shape the identity of the youth and their will to defend through education. So when I start from the point where the teacher and the student meet, then we are currently preparing the transition to Estonian language instruction. It's a very complex set of issues. It pertains to what takes place in the classroom, in didactics, also how we prepare teachers, how we can take care of the next generation of teachers, and how we can offer support in transition as effectively as possible at the right time, right place. And we all need a lot of strength to deal with this transition. It's not only about education in schools, it's about all of us. Now, when we speak about where the education policy objectives derive from, then as a result of societal debates, we have put together the Education Development Plan up to the year 2035, has worded the same issues. that previously were just stated. When it comes to regional and language divide in quality of education, this has set up a task by which we must take steps to make sure that education cohesion and accessibility is smart. With an aging population, we must be wise and smart. Currently, we face a situation where the offspring of teachers, the sustainability of the school network, quality of education, have all become one problem, which means that in the education development plan and according to the objectives, we must continue to work on the sustainability of the school network. We must have a foothold in Ida-Viru County. Next autumn, we are launching the next 2 state upper secondary schools in Narva. We are also taking over secondary education, or with the other term, basic school education, to give new energy and overcome the gap regarding availability and content of the education based on regional divisions. And the teachers' offspring issue is a unique topic. Everybody in Estonia knows that it's a concern, and we are solving it in a situation where everything to do with labor relations and youth making their choices, recent years have shown that these choices are changing. So it means that currently in Estonian education, the comparison about dropout of boys and girls, I would say that education in Estonia looks like a middle-aged woman in Estonia. The teachers' population is aging. The offspring of teachers is not about study places at university. The problem is that students don't study to become teachers. Why don't students study mathematics? We have to look at the mathematics program in secondary and upper secondary school and start solving the problem there. And so the novice teachers and programs like Teach First, and this is very important. We need to prepare and teach teachers in a more flexible way and keep them in school. And of course, education has now been working in crisis mode for several years. And as to Ukraine, I can say that it is a crisis where we are using our best knowledge about education. When we had the health crisis, and then we in education also dealt with things we had never dealt with before. But when it comes to ensuring education to the refugees of Ukraine and organizing education in a way that these children, we don't know how long they have to stay in our society, so that they would be able to continue their studies in Estonia, that they would be integrated into society, that would be richer for the experience of a democratic education system, that they have learned an additional language in Estonian. This has been a crisis where we have been able to make use of our knowledge of education. So in that sense, teaching is universal. Ulla, I'll ask another question from you right away. I've read a lot of literature where people used to have this big objective of sending their children to school to become teachers. And we don't have any higher education institutions with a title of teaching and focus only on teaching. Or they have all become universities. Well, yes, just a week ago in Denmark, we learned about their teacher education, and their experience is that first people choose to become teachers and then they choose the specialty. In Estonia, Tallinn University does provide pedagogy curriculum on bachelor's level, but I think that it is a challenge how choosing teacher education is not like a fatal choice like it is right now. We need to be so flexible that young physicist does not need to take this decision that I become a teacher or a rocket scientist, that they can deal with several things, and we see that this is what youth want. We probably will not have a big number of teachers who become teachers and remain teachers all their lives. That situation might never return. Now the challenge is how different people who are motivated to dedicate part of their working time to teaching, that their lives would be as easy as possible, and we can provide them with teacher qualification, and it's not this choice that I have to give up research if I teach. Thank you.
Tarmo Milits actually graduated from that school and has held very high positions in the field of internal security. And I'm sure that you're not bored even now, because if I know correctly that you are involved in this project of removing Soviet monuments. So what is your assessment of the situation? Yes, indeed, I represent the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and so this is the view of how we see these things, what are the plans and the challenges. So this concerns the security and our own staff and the education of our current and the future colleagues. So first of all, what helps us to maintain our strategic positions is the internal security development plan. These are the points we have agreed, and what is important for us is that in Estonia we would have a good and a safe place to live. So this should be one of the safest countries in the world, and that it's a safe environment to live in, and if somebody else needs help, then this assistance will be fast and professional. So these are the two important pillars. So first one, how we are going to create this safe environment, because of course it's not only the Ministry of Internal Affairs, because if other ministries fail or the local government fails, then this work ends up on our table, because we are like the surgeons. So we either need to intervene or, of course, we prefer to prevent. Prevention is one of the main directions we are really contributing towards, so we would not end up with this unfavorable results. So we want to make sure our partners are involved, including a lot of the volunteers through different formats. So involvement means also training, educating them. So it's not only police and rescue, but also forms of volunteers with whom we want to cooperate and be successful. But how we have succeeded, then first of all, we carry out surveys every year, how safe people feel in Estonia. This year, this survey was carried out at a very difficult period, and we expected the result to be much worse, because the survey was carried out in March, April, May, and this understanding was actually surprisingly good, that Estonians felt safe, although we had war in Europe, and that we have such an aggressive neighbor, so people were quite worried at the time. And this percentage was about 90, I think, 90%, if Estonians were quite safe or rather safe. So even war in Europe did not have an important impact. And we wanted to get to 93%. This is where we carried out a fresh survey. So that's the rescue board and the our alarm centers. So this is 93% of the confidence. And police and border guard board was about 86-87% confidence. Although there was a war in Europe, and the times are hard. There's an energy crisis and so forth. So there are many different crises. At the same time, people are tired of coronavirus. But this foundation and confidence when it comes to state institution, that's very strong. So that's the basis of everything. So talking about the challenges we have concerning our work. So where do we come from? What is the education we have? What we were taught before? It's like Maslow pyramid. So we have basic needs, and security is one of them. So if you think about the 90s, looking at the re-independence, the police had to be big and strong, had 4 months training, and had to prevent. And if they had to intervene, they had to be very forceful. We had no rescuers, we had only firefighters. So where we are now, our today's police officers and rescue or emergency center. So we've seen things in news as well. The people sometimes complain that they, our emergency call center has reached the stage that a lot of people are actually practically medics, not just taking phone calls and forwarding it. And then our staff are crisis regulators as well, because if there is an event, we have to be able to initiate different chains of command. Then rescuers have become population protection, civil protection, so they're no longer just firefighters, because there are many other fields. They're engineers, they're physics, chemists. So we have lots of people with different education levels. Police and border guard board, we have different professions. They have come a long way. And a lot of police are trained in mediation. So these are the liaison police for crisis. And then there's a lot of things happening on internet. So we have the web officers, and if we need quick professional help, then we have a lot of fast responders. We have aggressive neighbors who there could be various hybrid threats as well. So we need to be prepared for different threats. You need to be a good psychologist, a social worker. You have to be good in financing, so that we have to handle complicated white-collar crimes and investigate them. So what is the profile of the police today compared to the previous periods? We used to have 4 months training. Now it's 3 years minimum. How we can send somebody out to handle serious challenges. So you can see that the demands are very high. But at the same time, if we look at the organizations, to give you an overview of the challenges we face, then we have a lot of colleagues who have joined these organizations from the early 90s. So been working for 30 years. There are a lot of people like me. So very soon, in the next 5 years, we are in this kind of situation where there has to be a generational shift. Then, at the same time, there are very high demands, physical and health requirements, as the rescue is the most complicated. And at the same time, people are retiring. We know that our population is in decline. So how we can be an attractive employer for young people? Because the latest trend is 5 years in a public sector, 5 years in IT or private sector, trying out different works in Estonia, and then having an international careers. So everything should be very flexible and very interesting. Nobody wants to have this sort of shifts and 24/7 positions. So how we can be attractive as an employer and offer an interesting work, and how it's possible to organize this kind of horizontal career. So this is a big challenge for us. So would it be part of the of an agency, different agency, or in the defense forces on the state level? We want to make sure that competencies are maintained because the police and rescue has to do so many things. So in a public sector, they would have to work for a long time so that they could become very good professionals. And everything is becoming more and more complicated and there are more challenges. So a big challenge is how to keep good young people working in the public sector. And when you have the older colleagues, how you can keep them in the organizations, how to value them and find them suitable job as the suitable challenge so you can work until death, basically. In Estonia, we are not used to the patrol police being somebody in the grandfather's age. But we have many people who are older who are working in police patrols. But we have to look after the colleagues we have today. We have to be attractive for the young people, interesting and as an employer. And then we have to solve these challenges we have.
Aitäh. Nii, Jüri. Jüri Saart võib julgelt.
Jüri Saar is a philosopher of security. I don't even know how many articles you have written, but I try to always read them because there's always something good I can find out. So now you are linked to the Internal Security Institute, and what are your comments? Thank you. At this conference this morning, we had a presentation by Jaak Aaviksoo, who is definitely one of the biggest experts of higher education because he's held various positions, so he has seen a variety of these problems. And what he said about the academy really warmed my heart, because according to his assessment, as a generation has passed, so 25, 30 years, and now the academy has achieved a clear identity and has become an adult. It has established itself. Why did I enjoy this assessment? Is that at the very beginning, I was also working for this academy, and we tried to create and find an identity. It was early 1990s. There were many problems in the society, but this kind of understanding that this future academy has to provide a good education and has to be good academic education, but also provide us good professional skills. So this is what we're thinking about, like what could be the, what could we teach? Would it be rescue or correction or police? What is the science we will teach here? So in a way, we got stuck. That was also the time of competition. And there was a list of academic institutions who had the right to receive state grants. So the academy we were establishing, we came into conflict with the universities, including University of Tartu, because universities thought that we are trying to take away some of the law aspects from them or something else. So that was quite a serious problem. But finding a good identity for academy was important, but life made its own corrections. So that was year 2001, 12th of September. There was a change in the understanding, and security and safety became very important. In the 90s, we were not quite aware of it. And this is the niche of the academy and its unique role for Estonia. To cover these problems on a highest possible level. I'll give you an example. What changed in the United States of the year 2001? They're very practical. And they can see right away where they have to invest. In the United States, in many universities, there was a new criminal justice faculty. And the criminal justice faculty, maybe only a few universities had before. And this is where the state funding went. And the principle was that the universities would trade criminal justice managers. So what was taught them were 4 things. So this was the process. First of all, law, which has to do with criminal justice system, with the executive system. So there's a cycle of that. And the other one was society, social studies, because everything happens in the society. Because it's not something which is separate. So legal sociology, criminology. Then the legal psychology, everything to do with people, human beings, understanding of people. And then technology, how to use them for security purposes. So the Americans started with this. And there was a very big change in the system of education. Seeing how important security and safety is, that we need to train especially a special manager for these structures. So now if you're looking at the academy, as I said before, this is a niche where I don't see anybody competing with us. And we have to be the best in these fields in Estonia, because Estonia and America are, of course, very different. And I believe that in Tartu University we do not have a criminal justice faculty. Because here we have another topic which is important. Jaak Aaviksoo mentioned already that. So these are the 2 models. The German model, which is academic model, academic career, liberal sciences, the scientists are free to do and research whatever they want to research. And if you don't disturb them, they have the best ideas. And then it's the pragmatic approach and needs-based higher education, which characterizes the United States a great deal. And in the field of security, it's clear that the state and law enforcement institutions are requesting this education. They request the surveys to be carried out. It has its own problems of data. Is this data public? How can you publicize these articles? So this is not liberal science, really, which you can carry out, but it's a niche and it's very important for the state.
Identiteedi küsimus, nagu sa ütlesid.
So the question of identity, as you said, this is something which is quite important, because I had an interesting case a couple of weeks ago. A young girl, 16 years old, who got a place in first 10 among 600 people of the young authors competition. And I asked, what are you going to study? And she said that she's going to come to the Academy of Security Sciences. And she believes it's the right place, although she can study literature somewhere else. So she wants to do this. So therefore, she has a clear idea. But Yuri will moving on to the questions. So we have a microphone available somewhere in the room. So I use my own professional interest and ask Yuri, why in Europe, nowhere, there is a study of or master's program for strategic operations or Infowars. So King's College has something, and there are a few things being done in some places. So in English International Center, this kind of thing doesn't exist. How is it possible when in Ukraine there are 4, in Russia there are 6, theory is exploding every day, and in Ukraine we learn it every day, how important this kind of information war side is. In 2018, Shoigu said that the operations are support to the information operations. Why don't we teach that? I suppose everything is a lesson. And I mentioned year 2001, what that taught to the world, but now we have Ukraine. Ukraine, actual war in the middle of Europe. And there are a lot of lessons learned here as well. These are very serious lessons. And it's absolutely certain that this is something which has been left unnoticed. And this is another field which needs to be developed. So is it now something which is going to be state-supported system or international finance, some sort of a cooperation that get things done? So the last to laugh is the one who is shot first. It seems to me that in Europe, as you mentioned, information operations, it's learning how to do propaganda. So that means that you are looking at people's attitudes, how to create these positions in a hidden way, doing it through marketing and public relations, and we're using all the different words. But it's a historic background of Europe that we're afraid of propaganda and being afraid of information operations because we have a sort of historic memory. So this is keeping us politically correct. But I think that Yuri is right. When we think about the Ukraine war in Ukraine, because it started earlier, of course, because all of this has been ongoing for a while. So this is the information operation against us and against the democracy. Democracy is very vulnerable because the freedom of speech is something which protects democracy, but is also vulnerable, makes us vulnerable. So it works both ways. So protects and at the same time makes us vulnerable. And we have not quite understood that democracy has to protect itself against freedom of speech if it's being abused and it's attacking our fundamental values. So I believe that we have reached this understanding that this is something we need to work on, but the rest of Europe now, due to the shock of war, is starting to learn the same lessons. So maybe it will move on to talk about propaganda. Sweden started again with a psychological defense service. So we got stuck. We had the principles, but we were too afraid of what you described. From the Narva College Direct, my experience, Narva information operations take place at schools and young people. We had the Russian consulate who was very active, also the events which had to do with the Second World War and glorification of the Soviet Union and the war on fascism. But there was some events carried out by the American Embassy and the Nordic countries, but Estonian government kept away from Narva. So in Narva, we did not carry out information operations, but I hope that today we're smarter and we know that we need to throw information bombs all the time to Narva schools. So we need to work on it without any false shame. that why we are forcing Estonian values on everybody, that we have freedom. No, I don't think it works like this. Young people in Narva have decided that they should find out what the value space is like where they're living in.
Any other questions?
Või ma kommenteerin?
If I may comment. Be my guest. I'll comment on the same issue. The war in Ukraine and all the facets and so many different specialties can learn from it. There's a very active collection of information. All our institutions, authorities, the Academy of Security Sciences is also collecting information. We can integrate some things in the curriculum. We need to analyze it. But we are a very small country, and our experts and top experts are limited in these topics. And then the international network, CEPOL, and different authorities have their own networks, and that is where we need to train. So education in internal security is becoming more and more international. You cannot get everything from Estonia. We want to be the best in everything, but we cannot be in everything. We don't have all the experts and the experience, and in our internal security education as well. Why has the Academy taken this direction to become more international, to participate and offer cooperation? That's the only way for a small country like ours. Kimmo used the phrase, which I really liked, that the EU is a value project. Ulle, when you look at the Estonian education system, general education system, then do you relate to this phrase? In contemporary curricula, we can say that for the past 30 years, we've tried to word these topics in formal education which integrate academic subject instruction, and it's defined differently in different countries. In Estonia, we've used two concepts when it comes to integrating topics. So the competences and attitudes, and this you don't achieve through teaching one subject, but it is the entire organization of studies that affects it. So everything that is targeted at the pupil or student, everything in the study environment. And we are also defining the topics that are topical in society, and that the teachers must reflect, so that when something happens, then all these topics also are discussed in school with the youth who have their opinions, and the education system must also shape these attitudes, values, the organizational level, and the fundamental values of teaching and education. These are actually the first things you should see when you open the curriculum. What values do we shape? What for? Why do we provide education? And this is not only on curriculum level, but on the level of the school as an organization. All Estonian schools, in their teams, in their organizations, have agreed on the principles and mechanisms. So it's a topic of key importance. When it comes to security-related issues, and since we're at the Academy, has Estonia become a teacher, or are we still the pupils? Yuri, what do you think? We participate in international projects. We visit different countries. We have all kinds of teachers across Europe. Well, it's always worthwhile studying as long as you have the energy for it. But on a more serious note, Over these years, the academy has experienced different eras, different conditions. How the academy does can be influenced by some external factors. For example, a new legal act on organization of research, etc. Certain principles are set forth. So what I think the academy needs is to sort of legally root it. I don't know whether it sounds like a dream, like the academy legal act that would set forth that the academy combines the basic teaching of police officers, but also research in security and safety, plus all the career models. I think it might be a good idea. I don't know. Maybe at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, this might be discussed. It would strengthen the position of the academy. It doesn't mean it would get some privileges. The academy is not a regular applied higher education institution. If we place it with other applied higher education institutions, then the specificity of the academy will be overlooked. But it's of course always worth learning, also when you are teaching yourself. Tarmo, this next question is for you. We often say that we're living from crisis to crisis. A crisis is always unexpected. There's a new factor. And former life is difficult or impossible. Now we have a lot of experience. 24th of February was the date of the last one. How crisis-proof are we right now? How quickly can Estonia respond? So this is the point of view of the Minister of Interior Affairs, but we'll see what the others think. Every crisis unveils new facets to deal with and plan, and in our area of competence we also see that every crisis creates new opportunities. In internal security, there are several topics that are underfunded. For example, the civil defense. If nobody believes that such a crisis can take place, then that sector is not funded because the probability has been quite low. Well, Helsinki has an entire network. Well, every crisis brings opportunities that you are preparing for the crisis, you are mitigating the probability of the crisis, you manage the crisis, and you build capacity for near future and long-term future. So you need to use your resources wisely. In crisis, it's very important that you respond with a forward outlook, restore and create new capacity. So it's a consistent sort of wheel, and you need to slow down from time to time because people get tired. You can invest a lot of money into overtime, but it's not very sustainable. So we need to prepare for crisis during peacetime, and the peacetime capacities must be such that we can also handle crisis. We are a very lean state, and the broad-based cooperation is the key to make it in a crisis, because no authority or ministry can cope with the serious crisis we've faced in recent years. Everybody needs to practice working together in peacetime, and all ministries are more operational than before. We understand crisis management, and Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Social Affairs, Ministry of Education and Culture, all are dealing with the aspects of the crisis and are gaining experience. So crises are big lessons. If you don't take it seriously beforehand, then in a crisis situation you have to. Kristina, you said you're primarily a social scientist, but who knows what will happen after March? Maybe you'll have to change your job and start implementing. What's your attitude to crisis? Because then you will be criticized. Right now you have the freedom to criticize others. I perceive the Estonian population as quite resilient to crisis because we haven't had peace lasting centuries. And we still sort of in our molecules remember a cold room. We know that at one point the crisis will be overcome. I remember how cold the university halls were because nothing was heated in 82. And then my body sort of remembers it. And psychologically, I am better prepared maybe than as some Western European society. So in that sense, I think that Estonia is well prepared. You can never be prepared psychologically for war, but I think we were ready for military conflict. This readiness we had, psychologically, we were ready for it. What we weren't ready for, and that was quite unexpected, was the pandemic. Our psychological preparedness, because I think no one of us remembers any plague. That was the first big pandemic over several generations. We weren't prepared for it. Our healthcare system wasn't ready at all. And the health crisis management system was definitely not ready, the health board and etc. So the biggest lesson is that in situations where there is a global crisis, the responsibility of strategic crisis management cannot be delegated to the lowest level of civil servants. That's prime minister level management. It must be at the top. It cannot be delegated down because you need to involve very many organizations on a broad base. You cannot do it on lower level. Maybe the pandemic experience in Estonia should give this lesson to governance that a broad-based crisis can only be managed and resolved on the highest level. Sofi Oksanen, the Finnish-Estonian author, has said that if nobody knows of your existence, then nobody will notice you disappearing. And that means marketing, advertising, the obligation to be visible, whether it's a university, a village, a state, or something else. What do you think? Last quick round. How has the academy done? How has Estonia done in this respect, Jüri? There is hope. But more seriously, for quite many years, passed before I returned to the academy. And what I see here, the teachers, the students, the facilities, it's like night and day compared to the time when I left. That was towards the end of the 1990s. So not bad. Ulla? Kristina referred to 1992, and I also remember the physics building in Tartu University that was very cold. And this was a time when the specialty of history was very popular. So transitional periods in society raise interest in certain specialties. And what I consider very important in developing comprehensive education is that those who finish secondary school or basic school, so the 16-year-olds, that them choosing education would be as conscious as possible. The crisis we are currently going through affects the generation of youth who did not have experience of war, who were not ready for it. Even if we still had studied in a totalitarian education system, then they are another generation, the second generation. They are growing up in free education, and I think the lesson of the crisis for youth is also one where when it comes to choosing their specialties or their education, they will be looking at the Security Sciences Academy. I think we should check after a while how it has affected continuation of studies. As a state and at the academy, we have done very well. Overall, people feel safe in the country. The trust in state institutions is high, despite crisis. The academy is still popular, nice competition among people of different ages. The future police officers will not only be 18-year-olds, but also 45-year-olds who are changing profession and acquiring maybe the third or fourth profession, and as to managing in a crisis. Then there's the state and organizational point of view, and it's an art form to manage a crisis, but also the individual level. What do the crisis teach? And in your family, maybe you did not think about what is your role in a crisis. And crises are removed. But with war, every individual understands what is a crisis, what is war, and how will I cope, our community, my family, whoever. It's a completely different level now. And from andragogics, I remember I have taught at the academy and police school. And what I remember the best is that on the individual level, what works is repetition, and then you get great performance, or you repeat a couple of times, being scared, which is also a crisis mode. Then it's guaranteed that you will remember this behavior or these models of behavior for decades. And you will be successful when that crisis arrives. So in a serious crisis, we always need the individual level as well. Coming to your question, how a small countries in the periphery of Europe can achieve the status by which it is included in the book as one chapter, then I think we have managed this excellently because of the leaders who have elected and who have stood out. A country like Estonia cannot have mediocre leaders. The Prime Minister must be an excellent Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the President cannot be only for the people of Estonia, but must be visible outside Estonia as well. And Estonia has been lucky in this, or maybe we have made those wise decisions, but in that sense we have had good outcomes there. All our presidents and most of our prime ministers have actually been excellent outside the country in communication. What makes Estonia bigger is if we continue with the internationalization of higher education. Every student who gets their education in Estonia, whichever education institution we're speaking about, will go home and will know what Estonia is about. And when a politician asks them why they should defend Estonia, then those students know. It's not just words that every foreigner who has studied in Estonia is a delegate of Estonia abroad. They really are. What concerns me is the rhetoric we've heard that we should not teach in English, we should not receive so many foreign students. Actually, the share of foreign students is under 20% in Estonian schools, even lower. It depends on the school, but I think it's 20% in TalTech and 15% in Tartu University. We need to continue with this because as a small country, we cannot allow ourselves to be closed off. Higher education is international. It works on the international market. It cannot function only on the small Estonian market. Continuing the internationalization of higher education is very important for Estonia to appear larger than it is. Thank you. I wanted to finish the panel on a very optimistic note, and we heard it, but from time to time when I think about what is weird about Estonia, when a foreigner asks what's funny here, then I say that credibility, confidence in the tax board is 83%. That is not normal, but that's probably because of the online system that we have. So that was optimistic. And that was the point of today's conference. And thank you to all the panelists.
And now we have the last 20-25 minutes. I think that you can now take your seats again. And now I'd like to give the floor to next speakers, because if you don't know, we have English language security sciences magazine, which is international, is published in Estonia, and now we have Raul Savimaa and the editor-in-chief Triin Räpsep, who will introduce this magazine.
Tere õhtust!
Good afternoon. I'm happy to introduce the next publications, which is called Proceedings, Estonian Academy of Security Sciences. This is number 21 with the subtitle of Changing Global Security Architecture. And indeed, as Raul Rebane introduced it, that this is the English language research publication which has an international peer review, including good cooperation partners from Germany, Romania, United Kingdom, United States, Finland, and of course from the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences. So this is EDIS Classificator 1-2, and the main content of the journal is about current security and internal security, internal defense articles, which correspond to needs of the internal security in the classical sense, and also to the changed environment and architecture. So the changing global security architecture, so this issue is responding to the situation where we find ourselves today. So year 2022, we are in quite a turbulent situation. 2020, we witnessed many waves of COVID pandemic, and for a while they've changed our behaviors and habits in the society, including also the internal security institutions. For health and safety reasons, many countries have closed the societies. They found possibilities for remote work, and this remote work has impacted internal security institutions in turn. But with the shortcomings or preferences, they've also meant additional threats in the cyber field when it comes to frauds and something else. So this 2-year period in the internal security can be considered to be long-term and lasting crisis. Because usually we know that crisis is something which can be solved within hours, days, or weeks, but now this has lasted years. And now this year, once the COVID restrictions were lifted, so we understood that there was a threat for a global conventional war between two large countries compared to us. So on the 24th of February, where Ukraine was attacked in order to sway it from its course. And again, in addition to the direct impact of war, we have seen a humanitarian crisis affecting us, and we need to support people who need our help. But in spite of all that, the internal security field still has traditional topics to cover: crisis regulation, then a fight against organized crime, a fight against drugs, anti-terrorism, sexual exploitation, safety of children, and there are many other topics. This current issue covers many important topics in this particular environment. I'm happy to give the floor to our editor-in-chief for further introduction, and I would like to thank her for this great work that this publication was ready today. Triin, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. So this is the publication which arrived us today on paper and over internet. So there are 5 different interdisciplinary research projects, and we have to admit the first issue. So this first article of this issue is on a tough topic. So Estonian experts' attitudes, beliefs, and knowledge about the sexual abuse of children. Christian Kase has carried out a survey looking at the attitudes of specialists, the convictions when it comes to the sexual abuse of children, and the knowledge about the memory and impressionability of children. Of all the specialists, they sampled here, they filled out the scale referring to sexual exploitation of children and tried to predict how children's memory would function in a specific situation. The expert opinions were related to previous knowledge and also interviews, but at the same time the direct work experience was not linked to this particular topic. And the outcome refers to the fact that work experience does not necessarily indicate that the specialist would be well aware of the sexual abuse related questions. And the second article is by Vesa Huotari, and Vesa discusses the traffic legal protection aspects. If we look at the public law organizations, including police, their activities, also presume the existence of resource, how they're going to be distributed for different tasks, and what is the outcome achieved, but without indicators which would reflect the capability of an office to do something in order to achieve the objectives, then legitimacy is on a shifting ground. In Vesa's article, it explains that the police and traffic law effectiveness and the restrictions. The objective is to clarify clear comparative points which cover the objectives of the traffic law and also which enables us to establish the efficiency indicators. From the police point of view, this kind of indicator system, if it were systematically applied and used, it forwards the message about the objectives we want to achieve and also improves the efficiency of the work done. In this article, it describes obstacles when it comes to the traffic indicators and what are the activities which need to be established in order to determine the outcome. The author believes that we have a conceptually integrated view which allows us to describe practical indicators. And now in this issue, article number 3 is by Günther Hauser. And Günther analyzes Chinese geopolitical and economic interest in the Pacific Ocean region. So this Chinese Silk Route initiative, and the objective by China is to establish large industrial infrastructures. And the location of ports have been chosen based on the Chinese strategic objectives to reroute shipping routes and have a bigger role in international shipping. So this is based probably on economic and geopolitical considerations, and there China is trying to buy up critical infrastructure, reconstruct ports, and to expand its political and economic impact on the strategically important Mediterranean area. Right now, it's very hard to determine what the strategy of China is, which would work in the entire Mediterranean equatorium. But at the same time, in this aim is to look at the geostrategic importance of the Mediterranean and looking at the Chinese impact. Survey results describe how China has an impact and strengthens the power in the Mediterranean region. Now, the fourth article looks at the Polish anti-terrorism fight and the legal acts which are related to this work. Alexander Oleg is the author, and Alexander describes what has to be changed in order to improve the Polish anti-terrorism system. Legal standards related to terrorism are important in order to for the institutions to be successful as they're fighting terrorism. Polish anti-terrorism law was established in 2016, and this is one of the newest in the world. In addition, it's also one of the newest legal acts in the European Union in this field. So these are the security measures, and that it's very efficient. According to the article, Poland has not experienced any terrorist attacks. What is important is to analyze this law and submit its main points. And Alexander draws attention to the fact that legal rulings need to be updated, which should meet the standards. And last but not least, Peter Balog describes the geographic crisis index concept. So he's looking at big data use in Hungarian defense forces, and his analysis is based on publicly available data. So these databases are changing all the time. Therefore, the analysis shows the current situation, but at the same time, if the collected database is big enough, then it can be used to draw conclusions for the future. The author mentions that the collection of big data takes place on basis of algorithms which are based on constant data streams which comes from different sources. The results can be adjusted by constant analysis of the data databases, and we have to also remember that people have a role in decision-making process. And now the proceedings editors would like to wish that you will find interesting things in this issue. And now we have the video greeting from the three authors, Kristjan Kase, Vesa Huotari, and Petter Palg.
Hello, my name is Kristjan Kask, and I'm Associate Professor of Legal Psychology in Tallinn University. In my paper, I examined Estonian professionals' attitudes, beliefs, and knowledge about issues regarding child sexual abuse. And the most interesting finding was that professional experience does not necessarily indicate a good knowledge about these issues. So what it may imply in future adult trainings is that a very crucial point is to provide the professional with adequate knowledge and also to apply the knowledge into practice. But when practicing, the feedback to the practice should be very rapid and adequate, and also repeated over time to the positive effect of training to be lasting for a longer time.
Hi, my name is Vesa Hotari. I'm a senior researcher at the Polish University College, Finland, and my topic was on effectiveness of traffic policing, and especially about finding indicators for the effectiveness. And this task was assigned to the Polish University College by the National Police Board, and behind that task was National Audit Office remarks that the police are measuring what they do on the roads, but do not measure their effectiveness of their deeds and doings. So this remark has been coming up quite repeatedly in the last decades, and now it was time to try to figure out how to measure the effectiveness of policing, traffic policing roads. And there were not any big controversies in this issue. It's just such a complex one, so it's pretty hard to make sense of it. My article tries to make most of the clarify most of the complexities included in that topic. And my 1 minute is gone, and I thank you all and wish you a very nice winter. Bye now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Balog. I work for the Geoinformation Service of the Hungarian Defense Forces, and I'm also a student of the Doctoral School of Military Science of the University of Public Service in Budapest. My topic of research is the possibility of developing a novel geospatial analysis system, as the amount of data, spatial data available for this purpose nowadays provides a new opportunity for quality processing during the preparation of security geographic analysis. My main goal is to introduce a new benchmark, the Geospatial Crisis Index, as a measure of crisis areas. The motivation to write the article was to show my research so far to the international community and try to explain the essence of my research in English. So here I would like to thank you, all the reviewers for the article, for all the advices and comments that made the article better.
Meil on asjad selged.
Okay, looks like all is clear, and we wish all the best to this journal, and I'm sure they will do well. So it's time for brief summaries. Kristi and her team has been the organizers of these activities, and she has had many assistants. So your summary, please. Unfortunately, the microphone is not working. The interpreter cannot hear the speaker.
Konverentside korraldajad
So now when it comes to the conference organization during the COVID, we adjusted. The conferences were held over internet, and indeed actually was quite comfortable at the beginning. You stay on your sofa and then you are attending a conference at the same time. But I think I was not the only one who actually started to miss the conference atmosphere, this energy exchange of interesting discussions you had during coffee breaks. And if you think of the experience of all of us, then we will get so many initiatives, cooperation possibilities, development ideas which came during the coffee breaks. So this is something which gave me enthusiasm to organize this event today. So when we started to develop the content of the conference, then it seemed to me that if you think about the security and education, it's the two sides of the same coin. And we have understood that this coin has lots of sides, actually, more than Rubik's Cube. And we cannot really discuss all of them. But also
I do hope that if there's anything you are taking away from this conference today, that was like an appetizer for you, that will continue to feed your curiosity regarding these topics, then we can consider this event a success. But as Raul said already, then events like these are organized with a team. And first, once again, my sincere thank you to all the speakers. A big applause to thank our speakers. I would like to recognize and thank all of the colleagues in the Academy who have helped organize the conference. Kaire, Katlin and Kristi, our marketing wizards. Thank you, Erki, for your willingness to always think along. I know that you have so many events to contribute to, but you still have the energy to do it, and that I hope you will continue to do so. Thank you, Gerli, for taking care of all the translations and interpretation in the framework of this conference. Thank you, Karin, for seamlessly taking care of each and every detail of organizing the conference. Thank you, Eleni, Sandra, and Mihkel, for leading the foreign cooperation with this conference and more broadly in the Academy. But as you know, then we had a hybrid conference, which means that we also had broadcasting online, and I would like to thank Anton for the technical solutions and his team from Vidal. And the interpreters today were Kertu Liik and Kari Kerdamasa. And Raul, we couldn't have done it without you. Thank you for inspiring, leading us with great professionalism. So thank you very much, Raul. And once again, I would sincerely like to thank all of you, each and every one of you, for making this day very special and valuable. And congratulations to all of us, because this is the 30th anniversary conference. Thank you for these words of gratitude and my quick, brief summary. I am convinced that a small country stands on two things. These are friends and education. We had very many friends here today from a number of countries, wonderful guests, wonderful speakers, lots of new information. Education has saved Estonia for as long as Estonia has existed in the current form. Close to 140 years ago, in Estonia, we had literacy of over 90%. And the country that tried to assimilate us had the literacy rate of 11%. So that saved us to a great extent. A year ago, I wrote an article. The point was, which are the 3 greatest threats in Estonia? One was climate. But since many still don't understand how dangerous it is, I won't speak about it. Second was Russia. That was in December. You always know that it's Russia. And 2 months later, the war started. So, like they say on the weather forecast in Estonian public broadcasting, nothing good ever comes from the east. And stupidity. Stupidity means that you don't understand that you are under attack and you can't tell that you have lost. There's only one thing that works for stupidity: education. We were fighting stupidity all day long. And this was the point of the conference, because you cannot subdue a smart person. They understand. Then you can just use brute force. But I believe that Europe has united and we will make it happen. So thank you to everybody. This was a very efficient fight against stupidity that we performed together. Success to all of you, and we have a little reception at the front. A little farewell. Thank you, everybody.
Jaa, palun.
Ja kui tohib, siis veel enne, kui te sinna kõrvalruumi või kes oma koduteele juba liikumas on.
So, one set of gratitude. The hostess who tied it all together into one integral bunch. The Academy and everybody here would like to thank you, Kristi.